Captain's log, Stardate 55097.6. After making a hasty retreat from an unexpectedly dangerous star, we have found ourselves in a rogue asteroid where we are making repairs. Before heading out and investigating where we expect to find a couple of warships from another universe in Captain's log.
All right. And with that, you guys are hidden in a inside at a cave of a rogue asteroid. You kind of found a nice little spot where you could dry dock for a little bit and make some repairs and also fix up your crew. Dr. Bog has a large list of people to fiddle with, as hey, everyone got a bunch of radiation and dumped on them.
Well, I'll be definitely working as quickly as possible to get everybody back up and healed up.
Okay. Is there? So most of the senior staff members got a particularly a large dose, else the rest of the crew got a moderate dose because they were within the shields of the ship when that wave happened. So was there any particular crew member that you wanted to work on at this point?
Well, yeah, I'll work on my. I mean, I'm going to triage them, so I'm going to start with the worst first and work my way backwards. So if that's the captain or if that's, the XO, I don't know who got the worst.
Actually, let's have Archer and Sipe with you at this moment.
Okay.
You've gotten some of the worst treated people, and Archer's the next on the list.
Okay. I'll do a scan to see how bad he's looking, first of all.
Reason Medicine difficulty 1. Fairly standard scan.
Okay. Oops. Come on, character sheet, open up for me. There we go. 20's wanting to give me all kinds of fits. Reason Medicine?
Yep. Reason Medicine difficulty 1.
Okay. And I'm guessing the ship can help me as well?
Ship can help you with sensors medicine, which brings the difficulty down to 0, so you can just roll this for our momentum.
Okay. Just roll for momentum then. Okay.
Yep.
That's a good thing. And then the ship. Okay.
Oh, you got 2 momentum and a complication.
Can I go ahead and use? Well, I got to spend a threat beforehand, don't I?
Yeah, you have to spend
How do I get rid of the complication?
You have 2 momentum on the table. You can just use 2 momentum to quash a complication.
I guess that's what I'll do then.
All right. So no momentum gained, but Ensign Archer has an acute new case of radiation, and it's not too bad, but he will require a dose of, and I forgot what the sci-fi term for that was. There's an actual science medicine that dealt with this.
Okay. Well, let's see. I've got my book here.
I can spell, right?
Would it be under medicines?
So if I put radiation, I get 65. If I put erythazine, there we go.
Was that in the core book or was that in the science book? I can't remember.
That was in the science book. They have a list of all the drugs and medications and treatments.
Okay.
But to give Archer the proper dose, yeah, it's pretty standard thing. Reason in medicine, difficulty E2, assisted by ship's computers medicine.
Okay.
Alright, so gain 2 momentum as you're pretty sure, or you got your. I mean you're within in the scientific assurity of 99% sure that Archer's gonna make it.
Okay. I'm
Any
going to tell him that I want him to follow up at least twice, 2 times a day with me, beginning shift and end of shift, just to make sure I can keep an eye on him since he got such a high dose for the next couple of days. Make sure nothing sets in that are complications from his sickness.
Okay. And I'm assuming Archer will comply with that.
Got to get them billable hours, you know. So I want to see that guy.
Archer, you've just been given doctor's orders to see the doc twice a day, once before shift, once after shift.
Just want to keep an eye on you and make sure that there's no complications from this high dose of radiation that you took. You took a significantly higher amount than the rest of the crew, and I just want to make sure it doesn't bother you any. Is Archer a human or is he a different race?
He's half human, half Tholian.
Okay, especially with the. Want to make sure it doesn't affect your Bolian side, also.
Archers, do you have any questions or concerns for the doctor? He did give you a hyperspray spray in your neck. It's kind of tingling your fingers at the moment.
No questions.
Very well. With that, you can. With that, unless the doctor has any objections, you are cleared for duty.
Nope, just let me know if you have any signs or symptoms that pop up, and I'll kind of give them a list of what to look for radiation sickness or radiation poisoning, and or an effect that the medicine may have had on them or anything like that. Just kind of give them the standard list and say, if anything's happened, make sure you notify your commander and have them contact me immediately.
And
I'll make
all right. And Archer makes his way out of the sick bay. We cut to the bridge where the captain and Calder are presumably in a meeting room discussing their next plans. Tolik is there as well, as the three of you are discussing tactics and kind of what your next move is.
I kind of feel like we could have done the repair yard in a better way. Remembering we had to be covert and not riding off adrenaline and intense radiation poisoning.
I think we achieved our new objectives. Being covert is not as important as preventing a hostile species from a foreign universe invade ours.
Well, there's also still we're still currently having a boiling point of a war with the Tholians,
which we should endeavor to prevent, but the Tholians are also well known to be xenophobes. They would start a war with us just because we looked at them the wrong way. We cannot tiptoe around them. Not to mention, we've done nothing but be helpful to them. I think we'll go to this point that I expect there to be ships at, or something interesting, and we will try to investigate and destroy them if we find them. Otherwise, if we find nothing there, or if we do something fine there and we handle it, then we should leave Tholian space and go through neutral space back to Federation space, where we can deliver our reports.
Are we currently in GMR? Where are we? Are we in neutral space?
You're still currently in Tholian space. You're just kind of in the middle of nowhere, hiding underneath a rock. So you're still very much in Tholian in territory. Or you're just kind of hiding at the moment to make repairs and figure out your next plan.
We could be out of Tholian space in less than 2 weeks. Like, closer to just over a week.
I feel like sharing the mirror universe in our system is could kind of a justified reason to allow us to just give a emergency report, and then quickly go back into Tholian space, because you know.
Well, we don't want to send a transmission while in Tholian space.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, at least out of Tholian space.
Yeah.
Like, can we?
We'll send a message. We'll update Starfleet, and we'll stay long enough for them to send back any updated orders before we make a move.
Do you wish to send a transmission now?
No, we'll wait.
Okay.
We'll wait when we're no longer in Tholian space, because like is there like I wouldn't mind if wait, could you pull up the map, GM?
Yep, I can.
See, we're only 15 light years from the point of interest, and then it's literally just like north a couple of hours, like not even like a full light year to leave Tholian space.
We already gone here.
No, we're not gone to any of those points of interest because there is unlikely to be anything of importance in those places as important as notifying the Starfleet command of incursions by the mirror universe into the Tholian space.
I feel like if we do, I think we should just go like send the transmission around this location, just to be safe, instead of being like of us sending it like quote unquote touching the border. Just to kind of lower some suspicions.
Yeah, we're only leaving the border so that we know that there are no Tholian ships nearby.
Yeah.
I don't want to go that far because of how long it'd take us to get there.
Yeah. This map is calibrated, so each square is approximately 1 day of travel at max warp. Or max cruise.
Should we continue cruising and go? What's the equivalent of cruising speed again? Just normal speed?
Your max cruise is 8.8. Warp 8.8, and then your like emergency speed is 9.6, I believe. 9.75 for 12 hours. Max cruise is 8.8. And then standard cruise is warp 6. Which you have not been going warp 6 at all.
No, we went warp 6 for like a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you did go slow initially.
Yeah, so I think that's the plan. We're gonna go here, and then we're gonna go here.
Yeah.
Alright. It's at this time that at over the comms Maddox comms in and from on top of the hall. Captain, got your new paint job done and patched up of some of the hull plating, and we're all good to go. And he actually sends a feed from his helmet cam to you, and it's him standing over a giant symbol of a Nordic hammer breaking a Terran sword, or it's splayed across your hull plating.
Good job, Commander. Notify Ensign Archer once you've got all your people back inside so we can get out of here.
Alright, Captain. And the feed cuts out. It takes them about a half hour to get back into the airlock.
Yep. Then I'll tell Ensign Archer to engage.
All right. You do have some slight maneuvering in here. There you are kind of wedged into an asteroid, and all your systems are powered down, and to kind of hide your signature for a bit. But slowly systems start warming up. Slowly systems are warming up. You get maneuvering thrusters back, and Ensign and Archer, I'm going to need a control contest difficulty A3 to clear this asteroid and line you up for warp. Complication 2 because of how tight you're wedged in. And this is assisted by a ship's engines con.
Would push the limits work?
Yes. So that brings the difficulty down by I1.
And I will use a momentum.
Very well. And the ship assist. There she goes. Gain that momentum back. As she slowly glides out of the asteroid, finally seeing the stars again, and for the first time in 2 days. You engage the cloak. And on your order, Captain.
Yeah, take us out of here.
As the ship invisibly leaps into subspace and starts cruising the stars like she was designed to. Is there any other roleplay research, or anything else that you would like to do before, or we head to our next scene?
I just want to make sure that there was no other command staff that had anything significant with them, like Archer. As far as radiation, when I did check them over.
Yeah, it's assumed that in the background, and you checked on everyone else, and Archer was just the last on the list, and he was the one you saw on screen treating. But you have treated everyone else, and everyone else is doing fine. There was some recalibration with the captain's visor that had to happen. That was a bit tricky, but you managed to get that done.
Okay, fantastic.
He should get those new bionic eyes instead of those visors.
Yeah, I mean he knows about that, but is not exactly interested in it.
I mean, we do have the technology. All right. New scene as travel 1 day and 2 days, and suddenly on the edge of your sensors. You're receiving in some sensor readings about 2 to 3 light years off course, just at the very edge of your or advanced sensor suite.
I guess we're gonna look into it.
All right. Would you like to do a preliminary sensor scan, or do you just want to turn towards it?
It's not on our, so it's not on our course.
It's a bit off your course.
Yeah, we're just gonna scan it
Okay.
from here.
At this range, you're looking at diff. Reason Science, difficulty 4, complication 3, assisted by sensor science. That brings the diff down to 3. And part of that difficulty is represented with you who's still trying to be stealthy and not alerting people that they are being scanned.
Yeah, this is a problem when we don't have player characters, because that's a really high resource role with really bad supporting characters.
I mean, we
Well,
haven't.
not even bad. We have one that's unupgraded.
I think he's been used enough times before this to at least gain an upgrade. Like, unless we want to do what we've been doing and just spend a coup point to activate Tolek. Hello?
Yeah.
It costs more to activate a player character as an NPC.
No, you're not supposed to be able to, but sometimes GMs will make.
I'll make exceptions.
Which really we shouldn't do anyways if we want Patterson to be usable in the future, like actually worth using. We should just use him.
I mean, if we do, he still has an unspent upgrade point. So should we?
You can use that upgrade point right now before the roll.
Should we put one in science or give a talent?
No, we give cautious science. Well, I take that back. Normally I'd say cautious science, but right now the roll before us is it would be much better served by burning determination.
I could skim through the science talents for scanning one.
Like there are good ones, but there are none that are going to be as good as spending a point of determination. And we could add another talent after this episode anyways.
Okay.
There is always the option of diverting your course and attempting to get closer. That would lower the difficulty a lot.
No. I mean, right now my thought process is taking a shot with Patterson, and if we don't get it, we're just going to go to what our original objective.
Okay.
Accept the determination's been on always curious.
I'll accept that. And the ship roll. Generate some bonus momentum.
I'm gonna guess launching a probe would probably really light up like a Christmas tree on sensors, wouldn't it?
Oh, we also don't have that breach to sensors anymore. We just got rid of that.
Yep. Thank you for noting.
So who is rolling for the ship? Okay, so we got a.
Oh, also, the difficulty was only 3 because.
Yep.
Advanced sensors.
So you generate 2 momentum as you are detecting a weapon fire. Here, 1 scale 5 ship, 1 scale 4 ship, 2 scale 2 vessels, and there is a non-combatant vessel also nearby that is scale 3.
Does the weapons fire? I guess first question: does the weapons fire match Federation technology?
One of the vessels is using Federation phasers. At this instance, it's unknown which scale ship is using them.
So a possible inference is that there is a mirror ship making an attack on Tholian ships.
Correct.
How long would it take us to get there at maximum warp?
At maximum and warp, you can get there in 3 hours. At your standard cruise, you're talking 12 hours.
Gosh, it'll be over by then.
Yeah, I don't like if it took us any longer than 15 minutes. I think it would take too long because
actually
they phase in and out.
Yeah, let me do my math real quick. Actually, yeah, if you go to your emergency warp speed, 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's still kind of a long time, but I think we can afford that short of a delay. What I'd hate to do is by the time we get there, this battle to be over, and now it's just swarming with a bunch of Tholians looking to shoot something. But yeah,
It's like they come in and kick the hornet's nest and then leave, and we show up.
All right.
Yeah. What are your orders, Captain?
Ensign Archer, divert course to these coordinates. Maximum warp. Engage when ready. And then I'll hit the intercom button. This is the captain speaking. Yellow alert. Stand by for red alert in 15 minutes. And then I'll close the channel and bring us to yellow alert.
All hands, yellow alert. All hands, yellow alert. As the ship is brought to yellow alert, Archer diverts its course and engages is maximum warp speed. And within moments, you are in the system.
That's an Intrepid.
Yep. On screen, you see an Intrepid class that is distorted because reasons. Music I want. Yep, this is the one. As you come in at yellow alert.
Is the Mariposa or the Lincoln?
I couldn't hear you. You broke up there.
Yeah. Say that one more time, Archer.
It is either the Mariposa or the Lincoln.
Did we? I don't know that we actually got their ship types.
You
no,
did
we
not.
did. Well, we got the logs of what ships went through there, and we went through the most recent ones.
Yeah, we know that the Lincoln and the Mariposa were going to be not too far from here, but we don't know what type of ship they are. So it's possible that that's one of those two, but it could be the other one, or it could be one we don't know about yet.
Well, you also figured out types the Lincoln and Mariposa are if you look in the recon stuff. I think it was you that figured it out.
Oh, like if we look at what type of ships they are in canon, in our universe?
Yeah.
Yeah. But they also, yeah, we could. It's not a bad assumption. But also they have a ship called the Vengeance, which doesn't exist, which suggests that they've already diverged. So we can't 100% count on them having mirror copies anymore.
But
yeah,
as you see, the Tholians are engaged in the fight with this Intrepid class. Two of the spinners are slowly weaving a web around it, and this ship has multiple breaches across it, some to structure, some to sensors, as well as some damage to the Intrepid class as well.
Do they look like they're going to get caught in this, or do they look like they're going to get out?
It looks like they're about to get caught in this.
should we do a quick drive-by to make sure that this is a USS ship?
Yeah, let's identify. I guess let's do another sensor scan.
All right.
And once we complete the sensor scan, Ensign Archer, if you would move us at half impulse a few 10,000 kilometers, just so we're not in the same place we scanned from.
And you are currently cloaked, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Reason science difficulty 2 assisted by ship's sensor science.
Bring it down to difficulty 1.
Yep. This is kind of far away, but not too bad.
Someone want to roll the ship?
I got it.
We'll quash with 2 of the 3 that we earned.
All right. So 1 bonus momentum gained. The ships.
Ignore that goal.
Yep. These do have titles. That is indeed the USS Lincoln. and it definitely shows Federation and ID tags and everything. It looks above board.
Oh, it shows USS.
It shows USS.
Can we scan? Can we actually like look at the hull and see if that like it says USS on the hull and stuff?
For one momentum, yes.
Yeah, sure.
In a moment of disbelief, you do indeed zoom in on the hull. Across the saucer section, and there's a big scorch mark right through uh, the prefix of the name, but along the nacelle, you do indeed see a USS Lincoln.
Oh no.
Okay, what's the time frame on that ship getting destroyed? How long do I have before it's over for them?
They have about let me roll some dice here. Six rounds before they're completely englobed.
That's before it starts to shrink.
Yes.
Okay, so
once
they're dead at the start of the 7th round, or they're dead when?
They're dead at the start of the seventh round.
Okay.
And what round are they currently on? Or is this just round one?
Yeah, you're on one. You're guessing there's about 6 rounds left, as the Tholian and spinners are weaving the web around them, and they're entrapped and they can't maneuver, and they're slowly getting their power drained.
All right, Ensign Archer, I want you to bring us close to the Lincoln, possibly in this position. Try to keep from getting too close to any Tholian ships.
What position did you want them in?
This one.
Alright, so
Doctor to the bridge.
On my way.
Hey, so quick question.
quick answer.
Do we know the difference the biological difference between normal universe and mirror universe?
That has not been. I believe that was classified.
We know there's a
There's a quantum
difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what I'm about
you
to have a
can-
conversation with the doctor about.
Yeah, you can easily have a. Yeah, you can easily scan on a quantum level and see if they're from a different universe. The problem is most people don't scan for that because 99.9999999% of the time, it's irrelevant because it's always the same. It's just when you suspect that things might be from a different quantum realm, would you even bother looking at that? So standard tricorders wouldn't even pick it up.
Yeah, I assumed that we're gonna have to have a part of it physically on board to inspect. Is it possible to scan it using sensors?
No, you're correct. In order to get that deep of a quantum signature, you would have to get a part of it on board. Although there are parts drifting about that you think came from that ship.
Can we, on an engineering level, can we beam something through the bubble? Because from what I remember in TOS, it's a physical energy thing. It's not completely enclosed. It's not a solid thing. It's a.
Let me check the rules pretty quick. some special rules on the spinner. All weapons fire are on the target outside of the web, including the ships making the web, have a difficulty increase of 1. No weapons fire from inside of the web is possible if the ship is brought to 1 power or less. So it says nothing about transporters.
Okay.
So what's the plan?
I was thinking of, well, we can just do that in character. Has the doctor reached the bridge?
At this time, the doctor has reached the bridge.
Dr. Bog, do you have the equipment to distinguish between the universal constants that are native to our universe and the universal constants that are native to other universes? If I can get you someone to scan.
Yes, I believe I shouldn't have any difficulty at all determining that for you.
Okay, and if I get you a non-cooperative patient, will you be able to scan for that information?
Yes, I'd probably like a security officer with me.
Okay. Does it need to be in sick bay?
Ooh,
I mean,
GM, I'm gonna guess that I can link my tricorder to sickbay and
Having them
still have.
having them in sickbay a would reduce the difficulty, but you can attempt to scan and just with a tricorder.
I mean, the sickbay does have its own transporter room.
No, I don't think it does.
It's site to site to transport into the sickbay.
Oh, okay.
No, I think you might be thinking of the operating theater, which is kind of like, it looks like a transporter almost, but it's not.
I guess I don't understand why I wouldn't be able to utilize the. I mean, there's ship sensors all over the ship, but I should be able to do some sort of link from anywhere
I
with
think
with my tricorder to the assets in sickbay. I would think.
to do what I think you want to do, what you actually would need would be a portable electron microscope, which is a thing you can get in the book.
Okay.
Which is like,
I believe that's just
yeah,
diff 1.
it's just one momentum. Could he do that with that piece of equipment mobily?
Yeah, that would also reduce the difficulty, but it would be a momentum spend and to grab it.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll get that. I'll have one of my nurses bring that up. Be ready wherever they're wanting to beam them in at. I assume you're gonna bring them into regular transporter room.
Transporter room number 1.
Okay.
Commander Calder, I want you to go down to transporter number 1 with the doctor. I'll meet you there. I want a heavily armed team, and I want you to instruct everyone that they're to present and refer to themselves as members of the crew of the Vengeance. We are the USS Vengeance, and we are trying... Oh, why don't we do the Mariposa instead? Yeah. We'll be the USS Mariposa, and we're trying to rescue them. Or do we want to say we're ISS?
That's up to you.
Best case, instead of saying, let's just say the ship name, not the three letters.
Yeah, they would there's almost no doubt they would recognize the captain.
Well, aren't
All
they going
right.
to recognize uniforms right out of the gate anyway? I mean,
Not if they're pretending to be Federation.
Okay.
oh, okay.
Okay.
So,
Better
Commander
plan. Better
Calder.
plan. Can you like send them a word message and not say something?
No, we need one of them here to scan, and we also want to see if from that person we can get the information on whether or not they're actually Federation or not.
I need a plan.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we'll do is I Doctor,
Yes.
go ahead and knock yourself down to Lieutenant Junior grade. Commander Calder, if you knock yourself down to Lieutenant, and you won't be the Chief of Security, you'll just be one of the security people, and have all of your people give themselves enlisted insignia. I don't want anyone who would be a bridge officer who would be recognizable to someone who's intermingled with the bridge crew of the Mariposa. I'll come down there as a lieutenant.
All right. Presence command difficulty E2 to organize all the teams aims to bump themselves down in grade, and that'll be used to create that advantage that everyone is of insignificant rank. Well, not insignificant. Less prestigious rank. There we go. Ensigns are important.
Well, I was going. Yeah, since we're in combat rounds, is this an action that one of us need to take as our turn?
Correct.
Yeah, so I was gonna stay up here with Ensign Archer in case things go wrong. So I think that presence command is gonna fall to the Doctor or Calder. Because if something does go wrong and we get into shooting match, then I want to be up here with Archer.
All right. Who wants to take it?
Well, let me look at mine. Presence command.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 10 for me. 7 and 3.
Presence command for me is uh, 8, 12.
I'd say you. And can I support him in that?
Yes, you can and support him with the same action as both of you are getting both your teams in line.
And I think y'all also want to say that y'all are taking y'all's miners to move down to the transporter room.
Doing what?
Using your minor actions to move down to the transporter room. That way,
Yep.
you don't have you're there.
Yep. So let's do this.
All right. So, you guys are getting into minor action and getting to the transporter room. You get into the turbo lift, and at the same time, Calder, you're organizing your men to strip themselves of rank. There's 2 momentum on the table. I will always take threat.
I mean, I doubt I have to ship them a link. I could just
Tell them to step down on rank a couple rank insignia for a little bit.
I could just have people from other ships who are at low rank to do this work.
That'll work as well. It's still the same aim role of organizing these people. Like, no, I want this specific team. I want Delta Squad, uh, in the room.
Okay, so Presence Command.
Yep,
And this is where
I will.
I can help him with one dice, right?
correct. Any focuses?
Will combat tactics work?
This isn't really a tactic used in combat. I might accept it at a complication, but do you have any other focuses that might work?
Starfleet Protocol, Forensics,
I'll take Starfleet E protocol.
okay.
There's definitely a precedent of in certain dangerous situations and stepping down in ranks, that way you're less important in case you get captured or something. So that initiating that protocol would work.
Just made it.
All right. As you organize your team. All right, and for no reason whatsoever, on their turn, the Weavers are gonna go. Weavers, right? Yeah. This is engines con task. Right, they do succeed, and the Lincoln is englobed even more. It is now.
Are they making progress separate from like the 6-turn thing? So can they shorten that?
This is progress towards the 6-turn thing. So they now have 5 turns left. You have to complete this globe.
Okay.
So it was at 6 ticks. It's now at 5 ticks.
A what?
We're now at 5 ticks left until destruction.
Okay, I confused the word tick with the word 6. I thought you said it was a 6-6. Now it's a 5-6. What is the magic or something? Okay.
We should go faster.
Yeah. What? I mean, I guess the next thing is for Archer to move us.
All right. If you want to get over here, that will be a warp jump of at least 5 power. No, wait, 3 power, because the first 2 zones are free. And because you have some debris, let's have a little fun here. All right, to get over or here, Daring Con difficulty 3 complication.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do something.
Yeah, because there is some debris in the way. You could take the long way around.
Yeah, I think Archer. I think we'll do what we did last time, and between me and crisis management and you with the swift task, I think we're gonna take 4 turns, and that way we can get there, and we get a bunch of really low difficulty rolls to get momentum on.
Yeah, in theory you could. Okay, that's string. 2 impulse turns you could get there.
Oh well, then we don't even need me. I think Archer can just do it by himself.
Mm-hmm.
That's only 2, so that's much cheaper. It's only 2 power, and it's
it's a safer course. It's just that it's going to take slightly more time.
yeah, and I'm pretty sure impulse rolls are base of 0.
They are base A0 unless there's obstacles in the way, but you're avoiding the obstacles. So
Yeah, so Archer, if you take your action in a swift task, you can get us there and probably earn a bunch of momentum on the way. And because of Calder, it's free to keep the initiative. So if we want to keep the initiative, we can.
it would still cost 2 power for him to do a swift task, or 2 momentum for the swift. Correct. All right.
Oh, look at that! We got 2 momentum.
Yeah. So, well, we may have a lot more after you roll the first time.
So
yeah.
Control. Yeah, control con on diff 0 assisted by engines con. Uh, 6 momentum. You have 1 float.
Spending 2 to swift.
Spending 2 to swift. All right. And that brings you over to here. Now just bank around the debris, and you'll be right behind them. And technically that increases the, because you're doing the same task twice, that would increase the difficulty by 1.
But we'd still be at 8 momentum.
Yeah, you still blow past this, so. You are at a total of 8 momentum, and now you are in position. You have 3 float. 2 float. Would you like to create an advantage somehow, Archer?
He found the perfect spot.
Perfect spot for what? To what end?
The next thing that we're doing is transporting people, correct? What are we doing after getting to the spot? I forgot.
Yeah, we're transport people.
Okay.
Can we say he lined up pretty well with one of the open spots? So we will ignore any increased difficulty, or at least 1 point of increased difficulty caused by the thing.
Yeah, I'll accept that. So an advantage, lined up with web openings. -1 undiff to transport. Or basically ignore complications due to the web.
Then I'm going to use quick to action to hold the turn, and then I'm gonna spend a minor. I'm gonna move to the transporter room.
Okay.
I don't think there's any actions or rolls I can do.
Not at the moment.
Yeah. But if I swift task, I would get there and be able to do something.
I'll allow it, yeah, if you spend 4 swift task.
Yeah, I'll swift task so I can get there and beam.
Alright. As you run down the halls, and you get to the transporter room,
Want me to get Arto?
What was that?
Once you spend a point to get left.
If we get him, can I assist?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
I think we
I'll
would.
allow-
We'd still need to do it the other way. He would have to assist me because I need to spend the swift task to actually get there. So it has to be my turn.
Can you do a direct or nah?
You could do direct.
Yeah, I'll get there and I will direct Leaf to beam him.
Okay. So spending 1 crew support to activate Leaf. And... Let's see. How many people are you trying to beam up, and are you just trying to grab any old random person you can find, or are you trying to get specific people from a specific station?
So the two thought processes I have, obviously, trying to get people from the bridge is where you'd get people who know the most about the situation. But they're also the people who know the most, so they're more likely to spot us bullshitting them.
Correct.
It's much easier to beam the captain off the bridge than like the chief engineer out of engineering or something, because there's less people on the bridge and it's more easy because just based on the layout to find out where he'd be.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to okay, if we beam him, we're gonna want to talk to him a bunch. How do we talk with him during combat? Like, how are those rolls gonna happen?
They could be presence as is command roles if you want to like grill him for information. Normally players can exchange information during combat at pretty freely, but if there's any resistance, it's going to be a roll, and they're only going to be able to get like maybe a paragraph, a couple sentences out. They're not going to be able to give you their whole life story in combat. So they'll be able to get some limited information to you. If there is resistance, it'll cost you a roll.
Yeah, but so the kind of problem we're stuck with here is that means. Oh, never mind. We are out of. No, I think we have one more turn after this. Because the doctor didn't actually use his turn, he just assisted somebody. So his character can't go, but he could roll for someone else, I think.
Yeah.
Which basically means that we're gonna beam them, but we're not gonna talk to them this round, which I guess alleviates my questions.
Yeah, you would basically make this beam roll, and then it'll be at the top of the round.
Well, the doctor would still have one more after me.
Mm-hmm.
Would use an NPC.
Oh yeah, because you're using the direct. Okay.
No. What I'm saying is the doctor didn't actually use his turn earlier. He just assisted someone, like an NPC would assist.
Correct.
So still has his place in the initiative. He just can't use Dr. Bog. He has to use an NPC.
Correct.
Yeah, so we have one place in the initiative after this, is what I was saying. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do the beam. I don't know that there's much we'll be able to do before next initiative, though. We'll have to think of
What person, Urson, would you like to beam up?
I'm going to try to grab... Do we want to grab 6 people off the bridge or 1 person off the bridge?
If we grab 1, it'll seem more suspicious. But if we grab 6, then that'll be more like a we're trying to assist in evacuating you.
Okay, then what we'll do is I'll beam 6 people off, and we're gonna try to get the captain and some of the senior staff, and then I'll ask to speak with the captain. And Calder, you and your people will assist the senior staff, and as soon as I get the captain out of sight, you can arrest them and start interrogating them. Trying to figure out who they are. And the doctor can help you scan, and then I'll talk to the captain to try to figure out information, and I'll have him away from the senior staff, so he won't know. He'll still think we're trying to help.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to try to beam 6 people off, but we want to see if one of those persons can be the captain.
For 1 momentum, we'll guarantee that you get the captain.
Sure.
Wait, I thought one thing, maybe throw in a ruse that would you mind if we take your crew to the med bay? Kind of like that, so that way they'll be locked in the med bay while you talk to the captain.
No, you can take them to the, yeah, you can say take them to the med bay, but then just take them to the brig. Dr. Boggs got his special gear.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get 6 people, including the captain.
Okay. Control engineering in difficulty A1, complication 3. Due to the proximity to the ships in the area, they might detect the beam out. Assisted by ship's sensors engineering, and bring down the difficulty to 0. Because you're transporting from not a pad, but towards a pad.
Well, then we're not going to spend a crew support on Leaf. I'll just make this roll. I can do that. I can manage a diff 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because as you're already in a good position, I can't increase the difficulty based on the Tholian web interfering with the beam out. But you still have the complication of the Tholian ships possibly sensing the beam out.
I'm going to spend 1 on 3rd dice.
1 momentum?
Yeah.
Not a threat?
Yep.
You sure? And the ship's assist?
What is it? Ship rolling?
Engineering.
Sensor engineering?
Correct.
Okay.
Gain 3 momentum. And fiddling in with the sensors, is cutting through the Tholian web suddenly. Six Starfleet officers appear on the transporter pad. All various ranks, all various colors. One of them, an older human in male and red, goes, "Wait, what's going on?"
Well, also, Jim, like, I'm basically going to try to be, like, from this point on, talking, quick talking them and trying to get information. So I don't know if that's going to be a bunch of rolls. So I don't really want to. I don't know.
Okay.
I think we're going to have to wait until I have a turn to talk to them.
Yep, most likely. You can give him like very brief information, like one sentence response to that. I'll give you that for free.
I'm just gonna wait for the rolls because I don't want. I kind of want what we talk about to be governed by how successful the rolls are.
Sounds good. In the meantime, back in space, the Tholian Weaver is. Can't see. Roll within range, but it's +1 difficulty. I'm gonna spend a threat for an extra dice and try to fire upon the Lincoln. And I hit. Ooh, ouch. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in damage. They still have shields up, but they do gain 1 breach. On top of the other breaches they already got. As the disruptor slices across space, cuts through the energy web and slices across their phaser array. It is now the player's turn.
Only thing I can think of, we spent 2 power to get here. If you wanted to activate an engineer to get power back, you could do that. I don't think there's anything else we really need at the moment.
Dr. Bog?
I'm sorry, what?
Um,
Is it my turn where I can scan them now?
Not yet, because as your player, your Dr. Bog himself assisted with another roll, but you, the player, you can activate an engineer and generate more power as the captain suggested.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. Okay.
Yeah.
You could do anything. That's the only thing I could think of. Like, it's not a pressing concern, but I couldn't really think of anything else we needed at the moment.
Because Dr. Bog himself has already acted in the scene in helping Calder convince everyone to step down in rank or get the right people in the transporter room.
Okay, so you want me to activate Leaf then, or Maddox?
Well, good. We need to be able to. We need to try harder on upgrading the NPCs.
So Leaf.
Yeah, Leaf.
Yep.
Okay. And what's my role for that?
Let me double check. I kind of forgot what the.
Pretty sure it's control engineering difficulty 2. If you get a success, you get a power back.
And then you spend momentum for the rest.
I'm pretty sure you're not assisted by the ship, but I'll.
You are not assisted by the ship. It's daring or control engineering, and it is diff 2.
Okay, well, I'm going to go with control because that's better.
Okay.
And EPS systems, will that give me a focus?
That will give you a focus. you like to spend for any additional dice?
Is it critical that we get this point of power back? I mean, that's. I assume it's going to be helpful in this situation.
It'll be helpful, but it's not critical.
Okay, let me just roll flat then.
All right. And you got 1 point back. Would you like to spend end momentum for any additional power? Can go above your max if you can't overcharge your systems and it's for the scene.
Jim, do we know how much power those Tholian ships normally have?
The spinners?
Either of the ships. Or if you could answer, do we know relative to us? Do they have more or less than us?
They generally have less power than you. They don't have as robust as warp core systems.
Yeah, and I wouldn't worry about it too much. I don't think it would be bad to spend the 1, but we can already outrun them if we need to, so I wouldn't worry about it. Maybe spend the 1 momentum, but I wouldn't spend any more than that.
And the 1 momentum will give me what?
1 power. So we'd go back up to max.
Oh, so the 2 successes didn't do it?
It got you 1 power.
Yeah, but default gives you 1 power, and then you spend momentum to get additional power.
Okay. I'll go and spend a momentum to get the extra power then.
All right. As Leaf reroutes power in engineering, and your batteries are back to full. Would Leaf like to do swift task, or are we handing the turn over?
What can I do with a swift task? Is there where can I look up tasks or swift tasks or tasks here? Is that in the core book maybe?
Yeah, it's right before the ship.
Page 222. It was where it starts.
So I can get a better idea what understanding here.
Him, you'd be looking on page 224.
Main engineering here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's anything.
Because you actually have shields down at the moment. You already did transport the world. There's no damage control.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't see what. I guess I don't understand what a swift task is.
Oh, it's just another task. So, a task roll is where you roll dice.
And a swift task allows you to roll dice again.
Oh, okay.
Or a different task.
Yeah, I think. Can I do something to just prepare the ship for? Basically, I want to do something to prepare us to basically get out of this situation fast. I want to basically. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, that would be power management, because having more power than people who could chase us allows us to get away from them.
Yeah. I want to do something that basically the engines are warmed up and I've got the foot on the pedal, kind of revving the engine, kind of thing.
That's pretty much what you did. If you want, you could spend more power to.
Oh, that's what I did already. Okay.
Yeah, you can spend more momentum to get more power, or so you can guarantee to get out there. But
then I want to do something to better prepare our shields if I can. Or is that a power management roll also?
It's actually a security roll. There is. I'm looking for it. It's something like modulate shields.
pretty sure your shields have to be up for that.
Looking to double check.
Oh, okay. No, then unless I can hold an action, I guess I'll turn it over.
Oh, I mean, the action actually costs us to let it happen. So by not doing a swift task, you're actually saving us momentum.
Okay.
All right. I still have a bunch of turns left. And for these guys, they're gonna get in position. And this one ship does get dangerously close to yours, like within 10 kilometers. Uncomfortably close. And this ship is going to try to restore some shields, get some hit. Which is that? Shield. Structure engineering.
You should buy a dice for them.
No, I'm good.
I'm really curious to see which pool they spend out of.
Hey, actually generate one.
Which one?
I'm actually going to spend it and regenerate more shields.
The GM is trying very hard here not to give us info.
I'm trying very, very, very hard. I can't see anything else they can and do. The Lincoln is gonna also try to regenerate shields. Structure, because yeah, it's in a bad place. Oh, you got some back, buddy. Hope that helps. And then they're also going to modulate shields. What little they have left. Just a security roll. Diff 2, structure. Okay, and their shields are modulated. And then the Weaver is going to send out an encrypted message. Or try to.
Can we intercept?
You can on next turn, depending on how high they get this difficulty. They actually failed to send out that message.
Do we know what they're sending, or just nah?
They sent out the message. It'll be difficulty 1 to intercept it. We're now at the top of the round. Everything resets.
And that's not just a roll we can make right now. We need a player to do that.
Yeah, you need someone to catch it and interpret it.
That may be something for Archer to do. Is it us or is it them to start?
You start at the top of the round, so I will start. And let's get this out of the way. Alright, I'm gonna spend 2 to increase the drain on the linking systems. By 1 point each. The Lincoln is slowly dwindling on power.
Although It is not helpful for us at all. I just realized we beamed them through their own shields. You just modulated the shields of the Lincoln.
They had to regenerate the shields.
Okay.
They regenerated the shields and modulated what little shields they had left. Their shields were down when you beat them.
Okay.
Which is why they have so many breaches. They're kind of in a bad place right now.
I was about to say that we actually have a pile of goop on the deck, but we managed.
All right, it is now player's turn.
So who's going first?
Yeah, then I will walk up to their captain and say, Captain, if you'll come with me, the captain wishes to speak with you. He wants to know how we're going to resolve this situation.
And
right this way, sir.
Actually,
right this way.
It works. The person on 4 pips is a human female, mid-40s. Very well, Lieutenant. And what of the rest of my ship?
Transporter room 2 should start working on that once we clear everybody out of this room. Transporter room 1 will get back started. I don't know if we'll be able to save the ship, but we're going to try to save the crew.
I'll take whatever I can get at this point. And she steps off the pad, and the rest of the bridge crew kind of moves to follow.
Lieutenant Calder will show you to the med bay and crew quarters.
Okay. Let's see. Scary situation plus. Presence command difficulty 3. Lieutenant Elder. Part of that is these people are scared and confused. They're worried about at their ship, and part of it is most of them technically outrank you, so they're like wondering why they should listen to you.
Does this count as persuasion?
Yes, it does.
Favorite question. All right. Then I'm going to buy 1 dice with threat.
Yay! I like threat. Gain 2 momentum. You're back up to the top as these people kind of shaken and kind of confused of where they are and taking orders. There's from someone who they outrank. I think they kind of realize, okay, just follow the orders. We'll get back.
2 momentum to say that now they kind of trust the 3 of us implicitly, so that when they realize they've been brought to the brig, like, they're not going to notice down the hallway. They're not going to really notice until they walk into the room. And at that point, Calder will be ready.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll take that as advantage.
Shouldn't we do the scan first and then the brig?
No. I want us to lock them up. And that way Dr. Bog can scan one of them. Or Dr. Bog can probably do the scan on the way.
Yeah, because they'll think it's just a normal medical scan.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah. I'm thinking I want to get some information, so I'm probably going to swift task, and then if we have some momentum, Dr. Bog can keep the initiative.
All right. You're swift testing with 2 momentum.
This is a pretty critical part of the mission where we're going to need lots of momentum, so I'm going to spend the Starfleet Medal of Honor to get bonus 2 off of that last roll to swift task. That way we're staying at 6 momentum.
I will allow that. All right. Go in swift task.
I'm gonna. I guess we won't get there this turn, but I'm going to minor move with the captain to my ready room, and I guess on the way is when I'm going to be trying to debrief her. I'm just going to be asking questions.
Okay. What questions are you asking? This could affect the difficulty of the roll, and of course, what information you get. Captain?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay.
We know confidently that we saw the ISS Vengeance.
Yes.
Like we saw the hull. It said ISS. We saw the transponder. The transponder said ISS.
Correct.
Okay.
And also, the Vengeance is not a ship that Starfleet has made, nor, and you're correct, they would not make a ship called the Vengeance. That is very weird, and no admiral in this or the JJ universe should make a ship called the Vengeance. It's just not the Starfleet way.
Well, I mean, in the JJ they made one called the Dreadnought.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't make that statement.
Or is my bias showing?
Oh, that's what we need to spend our next. We need to dump all of our reputations on is getting a Dreadnought. That'd be cool.
Oh goodness.
You just gave the GM a stroke.
Aesthetically, if like Starfleet values wise, it's awful. But like aesthetically, the size and the aesthetics of the Dreadnought are pretty cool. But I'll get off my soapbox. I will say, well, it's nice to be able to help you out, Captain. I had thought we weren't gonna be seeing you anytime soon, but I'm glad we're able to help.
Yes, well, being a Federation vessel this deep in Tholian in space, it's nice to see some friendly carbon-based faces every once in a while.
Yeah, we can't all be as lucky to be Federation ships.
Insight command and difficulty 2. I'm assuming you're trying to see if she flinches at the mention of Federation.
What I'm actually trying to do here is set it up so that she might think that I'm implying that the ship we're on right now is not pretending or is not a Federation vessel. That it's not pretending to be a Federation vessel. But if she questions me on it, I'm gonna say I meant the Tholians are not Federation ships. So I'm trying to set up a situation where I can get information but have a fallback if she kind of questions too much.
Okay. Doing this kind of double talk, Ox is going to increase the difficulty, but presence or insight command and difficulty 3.
Is this a persuasion or an improvisation?
I'll take improvisation as you're or kind of talking on the spot and trying to speak naturally.
Take a threat.
All right.
And we should be at 6 momentum.
Oh, yes. Okay. She catches on that she is. She kind of lets you know. Oh, that as she is keeping her cover, so to speak, or she's at least still keeping with the story that she is a Federation in vessel, and this is a Starfleet vessel.
Wait, she's telling me that she's keeping that up, or that she is keeping that
She
up?
is keeping that up. She.
Okay.
Yeah. She. No, I'm totally a Federation vessel. Well, I'm Starfleet through and through. Go Phoenix. Yeah. Whatever double talk you're trying to pull from her, she's sticking with her story that she is Starfleet and Federation. Is there any other questions you'd like to ask with momentum spends?
Yeah, I'll spend one to ask. Can I? This may sound a little egotistical, but from the fact that Captain Elder's been around a little while, and he was heavily involved in the Archon arc, so that it would not, and the fact that he's a Medal of Honor recipient, that it would not be unreasonable that most Federation captains would be at least aware of him. It not maybe have met him, but the name might ring a bell.
Your reputation precedes you, Captain.
Okay, then I'll say,
Boy, you got clout.
like, as we're in the turbo lift, I'll say, I'm glad to hear they sent Captain Elder to deal with our problems. I'm just going to say that and see her reaction.
I'll say that she seems surprised and then something and then and relieved. There's like a couple emotions flash across her face, and then he settles on. on. Oh, good. 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 He's a great commander, or from what I saw. He was involved in the Archon on incident, wasn't he? And saved Starbase 21.
See, this is the problem we get into the mirror universe. I don't know if she's talking about me or the other one. I feel. I was hoping that being in the area, I guess she wouldn't have had time to hear about the message yet.
She might not have.
Insight?
You would have to take another roll. As meanwhile, outside of the ship, da, 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 da.
Yeah, we may have to rely on Calder getting some of the more junior people to spill the beans.
That or scan.
We're gonna be ballsy. Nope. Because yeah, the ship's causing us trouble. We're gonna really lean into this. Yay! Wait, wrong one. Generate one threat. As they do a spread attack on the Lincoln. And just to be fair, their shot goes a little wide-eyed and it hits the Svalinn as well. As their sensors are kind of messed up.
Oh no.
Guess who
You don't
doesn't
have
have
shield.
shields up?
We still have our resistance.
You still have your resistance, and this will count as an area attack.
Well, area doesn't do anything other than allow you to hit multiple targets.
Oof. Oh. 2, 4.
So all that happens is we take 2 breaches.
Yeah. Yeah, you instantly take 2 breaches, and they take another 2 breaches.
Okay, so what do I click for rolling breaches? Or is that a GM only thing?
There's macros on the back. I think I'm the only one who can see it. So.
No.
Here's the Svalinn. Oh, you
We
can
can
see it.
see it.
Alright. Communications and engines are hit. As the shot goes wide-eyed and scrapes across your hull. The Lincoln also gets 2 breaches.
We lose 2 power.
Weapons and sensors. As yeah, their ship is getting torn up, but they do see phaser fire air lance off there. So, and from the bridge you see a bunch of Tholian sensors turn towards where the phaser struck X base. As they realize, hey, there's a cloaked vessel there. It is now the player's turn.
Archer, you're just gonna want to move us somewhere else because they can't actually see us. So just
Yeah,
move us somewhere else.
Yeah, they just saw the spot where the phaser airstrike happened.
Yeah, just wherever the GM will let you get on one impulse roll, like here or here.
Yeah, the edge of the yellow circle you can go on impulse.
Yeah, so just take us there.
Is that what you like to do, Archer?
That was actually where I was planning on going.
Alright, kind of use the moon. Excellent. Would you like to swift task or keep the initiative?
We don't need to. You just went. You shot us.
Yeah.
So it's our turn.
Yeah, and one of the turns is impulse.
He needs to roll for it.
Is there a roll for impulse?
Yeah, he already did it. It's daring, or it's control. I think con, difficulty 0. He did it.
Oh, con,
That's the
I
first
should
thing we did when
Stephen
we got
con.
here.
Okay. Yeah, control con, difficulty 0.
Go ahead and also tell the GM that you're spending your minor and 1 momentum to gain a second minor to restore both engines and communications, or else you can't really move us anywhere.
I will do that.
Alright. 1 momentum for an extra minor as you use both your minors to restore communications and engines. And difficulty 0, so you gain 3 momentum.
How much damage did we take on that face attack?
We took 2 breaches.
Your shields were down, so it didn't affect your shields at all. So
What about... Oh, yeah.
The
You're
Lincoln
hitting.
and also took 2 breaches. Alright, you have 2 float. Archer, would you like to create an advantage?
Go ahead and find us another spot for EC beaming. Because we're going to lose that now that you moved. Or you could do a swift task and do something else. You could get us power back, maybe.
I think the beaming is a little bit more helpful, and we could just have someone else do it.
Or you could swift task and do an invasive maneuver. That would make you even harder to hit. Or allow invasive maneuver and cloak to stack as like.
Well, you they can't actually see us to shoot us. Like, they were only able to hit us because you rolled an effect and you declared area.
Correct.
So it doesn't matter if it's harder to hit us because they can't hit us. Like, it's impossible to shoot us right now unless they get lucky. So there's no reason to do an evasive maneuver.
Okay. Would you? All right. So set that up for another good beam insight.
Yes, that would make sense.
All right. Another beam insight is set up. You will not gain any additional difficulty or complication because of the web. Would you like to keep the initiative and let someone else go?
Yes, I think I would like to keep the initiative.
Okay. And who is going?
Do you want me to go and scan these guys at this point?
Yeah, so GM, technically, I think, so if we say that Bog is using his minor and he's taking them to the brig, and he's going to use his action to scan them on the way, could we also establish that if Calder spends his minor to move on his turn, that he is moving at the same time as them and will arrive at the same time as them?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. I just didn't want Dr. Bog to escort them there and then suddenly a shootout start and Dr. Bog be all by himself. So. if Dr. Bog starts getting shot at, I'd like at least one other person there to help get shot at.
I could deploy the red shirts.
Thank you for that.
You
someone can-
you can use your red shirt, or
But we want to wait till that. We want to try to not let that happen because
Yeah.
we want to try to.
Okay.
Yeah. So Dr. Bach, you should go and just say you're using your miner to get to the brig and then scan them.
All right, using my miner to get to the brig,
all right.
and then I'm gonna scan away.
You pull out portable electron microscope, and you start scanning them. Immediately, one of them asks, "What are you doing? What is that for?"
Well,
Someone
we're
in a
just
blue
doing-
collar, actually.
Oh, a blue collar, not a green collar?
A blue collar, or so implying someone from science.
Oh, I'm just doing a quick once over. You guys have been involved in some combat, it looks like. I'm just checking to make sure no one has any injuries that I need to take care of.
With an electron microscope?
Oh, he hasn't actually bought that yet.
Oh.
So, like, I don't
Oh, I
think
have to
he's...
buy that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have
it's
to spend one momentum.
One momentum to grab it. And that will help you assist on the roll of finding out where the quantum signature lies. But as you're using it, the supposedly chief science officer is questioning, why are you using that on humans? That doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry, do you have a doctor's degree?
No astrophysics.
Well, then how about you let me do my job? Thank you.
Okay, really quickly. I'm. This isn't going to cost you a roll, but at presence, I'll allow you to use presence medicine and opposed on this, as he's going to do an insight science.
Okay. Do I roll 2 dice or 1?
To as many dice you want, because as you are opposed to each other. Because he's trying to figure out what's going on, and you're trying to bluff him.
Okay. I guess I don't understand what I do this on the challenge dice.
No, you roll d20s, but you need to roll you're gonna roll d20s, he's gonna roll d20s. Whoever gets more successes wins. So you don't know the difficulty until he rolls.
Okay.
So the suggestion is always if it's super important and you feel really confident, then go for 5 dice, because the GM's going to spend 5 back at you to roll 5 dice. So you're not going to give him extra resources, and he can't spend more resources than you spent. But if it's not that high priority, then maybe go lower on the resources.
I feel like it's important we find out who these people are. So,
just tell him you're going to spend buy 5 dice with threat then. Or spend your determination so that one of those dice counts as a crit and buy 4 dice.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to use my improvisation under pressure value.
I will definitely take that.
And so that's a crit, and I buy 4. Then is that how you say it?
Yeah, just tell me
Okay.
you're gonna buy 4 with threat.
I'm going to buy 4 with threat then.
All right, so that's an additional 5.
Yep, that's 5.
So do I click 5 on my task roll?
Yeah.
Click
No, you click
4.
4, because technically
Okay.
you rolled the 5th dice already, and it's a natural 1.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend 4 dice.
And would this be something else I can do with my talent bold medicine?
Yeah,
Would
you
allow
would
me to
get
roll-
that.
Yep, you already
I-
got that.
I already got that. Okay.
Yep.
I also want to point out, by a strict dictionary reading of field medicine, it should work here. Because the difficulty comes here from working without the proper tool or equipment. that's what the science officer is pointing out. So, I mean, obviously, if I was GM, I don't know that I would let that work in this case, but I think by a technical reading of that talent, that talent should lower the difficulty here. That's just a
strict
curiosity.
technical reading, especially with improvisation, and yeah, that will give you an automatic +1 saying that no, I'm using this for this particular reason. I've done it before in the field. I'll allow that. That makes sense to me.
Okay.
So we've learned our GM is a textualist.
No, I'm just trying to have fun. All right, you roll and then I roll.
Ooh, well, I'm gonna use the bold there.
Oh no.
So do I just re-roll 1 with my bold medicine then?
Yep. Bold allows you to reroll 1 unfavorable dice. All right, so
You
you
got
have
6.
3, 6 to his 2.
But he beat him by 1, so he actually gets 5 momentum.
Yep. As what should I do with that? You know what? I'm gonna say that as he's critiquing you, he's watching you in your hands and isn't looking where he's going, and he actually conks himself on a bulkhead and knocks himself out. So kind of renders the issue moot.
Okay.
So
He clotheslines himself in and gives himself a concussion.
See, we told Maddox to move that bulkhead.
And then the rest of the bridge crew goes like, you know what? I'm not questioning this. He can scam me whatever he wants. But you do have a guy with a non-lethal injury on hand.
Okay.
May I say a suggestion? Maybe spend 4 for a advantage and a swift task.
He's already.
This roll didn't count as his task, so he still has the science roll to take. I'm playing a little loose with that roll, as far as speaking to each other.
Yeah, and he also, but he needs to spend those 2 momentum before they disappear, because they'll disappear after this roll. So, I would create. I'd create another advantage. That's basically your option. I would say that they're super cooperative, so the difficulty to scan them should go down by 1, because they're willing to stand still and let you scan.
Yep.
I'll allow that.
Basically, my explanation of how, I was on a backwater world, son, before you were born, and I know what I'm doing here, and I suggest you just keep to what your lane is and let me do my job.
And at about this point, he aims against the bulkhead.
Yeah, and they're like, and maybe they've heard of where that backwater world that I had to basically scratch 2 sticks together and some mad props there, and they're like, you know what, we just need to listen to this guy.
Yep, for sure. All right. Yeah, originally this is gonna be difficulty A2, but now that they're standing still, it's difficulty 1, reason medicine.
Reason medicine. Okay. And will my biology or xenobiology be a focus here? Biology, I would think, would help, because I could. That would seem to me that it's tied directly to phase shifts of the how it affects the biology. But...
Yeah, I'll accept that. Seeing some of the phase shifts in there or atomic cellular degenerate. I don't know, something right. Technobabble. I'll accept biology as a focus.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and spend a momentum to make sure I've got the 3 dice here also.
bold, it would be more advantageous is to spend a threat so you have that reroll. Your bold medicine.
You just want me to give you threat, man.
Well, I'm also making sure that you have that talent
no.
and you're using it.
Yeah, and I can use that multiple times, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you can keep
Okay.
using that with every roll. If you spend a threat, you get a reroll.
All right, I'll go ahead and spend a threat and do that.
Well, only with medicine rolls.
Okay. All right. Oh, unneeded. Wow.
But you generate a bunch of momentum, so yeah, 5 float.
Listen, let him tell you the information, because then you may have questions.
Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and text this to you on Discord. Alright, that's what you get off your initial scan. This kind of group lump applies to the entire group.
So what's up, Doc?
I'm asking a question of him here.
Alright, that'll be 1 momentum.
The really weird thing is if they come back and say that they're not from the mirror universe, because that means for some weird reason the Lincoln is illegally in Tholian space, and I think we're supposed to be the only ones here illegally. And then how did they go to that station?
Mm-hmm.
Why were they talking to the Mariposa and the fidget, the valley, whatever, the Vengeance?
Vengeance. It's hard to pin down right now, but those are the 3 best guesses.
Okay. But I'm not seeing a shift. They are from our universe then.
One of the options could be a shift, but there's 2 other as likely options from what you're seeing.
Well, how do I pin it down?
You would have to do more scans.
Like, does that just mean he'd need to scan them again on another turn, or they need to go to medical bay, or what does that mean?
To get more or information, and you would have to do an extended task. But
All
there
right,
is something.
take the guy. Can I take the guy that bonked his head to sick bay? I'm gonna say, look, let me get him here, and then where I can really work on this. Then.
Absolutely, he could be your test subject. I'll take that as
Are you all right with that, Captain?
Well, why do we need to spend an advantage for that to let him go to medbay? Like, he's unconscious. He can just take him there.
Okay, yeah, he'll just take him there.
But you should spend that 4 on 2 advantages that you've gotten some pretty detailed information to get a good start on this extended task. So maybe initially you have 2 advantages to spend when you start on it.
Well, that's yeah.
I'll
I
allow
didn't know how
that.
to. That's basically I want to use that momentum to put me on the right path and give me the direction I need to go, so I get some sort of advantage there. Yeah. Um,
Yeah, the unfortunate
I
part.
feel like I should have. I guess I don't understand why I didn't get it off this first scan, but um,
Yeah, so
I mean we know what we're looking for, right?
not the number. We don't know
What?
that. We don't know what the number is. We just know that it's different.
Okay.
Yeah,
So like,
because
What question, Tim? Would if somebody went to the mirror universe and came back, would it cause any of these things?
um,
Would we know that, or
there's a little bit of cellular.
residual?
There's a little bit of residual cellular decay. It gets worse the longer you're in your non-standard universe.
Okay.
So it's degenerative over long periods of time.
Okay.
Over
So one of my advantages then will be to eliminate that as one of the potentials, and then the other is to get down the road and find out if they're to find the number to see if they are in fact from another universe. Then.
Mhm. the
Okay.
one of the problems is that technically there's an infinite number of universes, and each one has a slight variance off of this one. The farther you go out, the more or or electron or the more quantum variance you're going to see. But the mirror universe is kind of close, so it could be easy to miss is that specific quantum variance, and that quantum variance could be caused by radiation or a warp core, a warp drive malfunction of the actual warp bubble. Well, it could cause similar looking things,
Okay.
but you are seeing something indicative of that. It's just that you can't quite pin down that. Oh, they have this quantum variance. They're definitely from the mirror universe.
Okay.
So, does that make sense? Everyone squared away?
Yep. Yeah,
Uh,
we'll get to work on my unconscious science officer.
so we're gonna need him. So every time he rolls on that extended task, the best he could ever do is 2 tries at it per round, and that would be with a swift task.
mhm.
So yeah, Doctor, we're gonna have to pour resources into pulling this off because they may be, by the time you get the information, they may be dead. So
Well, at least the rest of the ship's gonna be dead.
How
well,
about
which is really bad if they're actually from the Federation, because that means
Well-
our suspicion just murdered a bunch of people.
Well, sadly, we have to save as many as we can.
Honestly, it might be your best bet just to engage the Tholians and drive them off.
Well, attacking the Tholians in their own space, regardless of the circumstances, an act of war. So that's like, my 2 options, if they are Federation citizens, is interfere not knowing if they're Federations or citizens or not, and possibly cause their deaths and our deaths and the deaths of hundreds and thousands and millions of people in a war, or try to get the data and not accidentally start a war that's going to cost millions of lives over one ship from the mirror universe. So
Needs
we,
of the
we
many
can't,
outweigh the needs of the few.
which is why we're not going to just randomly attack the Tholians.
So we got to constantly beam people out, which I think we can do because I think beaming them out now would be difficulty 0.
No. So like, what we're gonna do, we gotta get to the bottom of who they are. If they're mirror, then we're either gonna leave or toss a couple of torpedoes their way and leave. If they're on our side, then we're going to fight as hard as we can to try to save them. but we can't do either of those until we get that information. So,
And how long will that take to get the info?
but we have 3 opportunities here. So I'm gonna try to use like deception to get the captain to give up the information. You can use interrogation and security people and like the threat of being arrested and stuff to try to force it out of them. I mean, don't actually start punching people. That's crossing a line, but like you can use interrogation and you can let them know once they're in the security cells, you can let them know who we are and that you're interrogating them. And then the doctor can come at it from a medical. So we got 3 people who are working on the problem. So hopefully we can figure it out.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, I mean, you might as well go ahead and take your turn. And
Yeah, I think I'll do so. So after escorting them to the prison, which has a security detail in it.
So you're keeping the initiative.
we can't keep the initiative.
Oh yeah, because you already did from Archer and Bog, so the bad guys have to go.
Yeah.
The Weaver is going to impulse over to where you were. And yep, that's their turn. Now it is player's turn. So now Calder can go.
Okay, I'll do the thing that I said previously.
Alright, and so you're going to take them to the brig and interrogate them?
Yes.
What method are you interrogating them? Are you trying to keep it cool, like we're both on the same side? Or is the cover blown and are going to be slamming hands on desk and have a single swinging light bulb?
Whichever one would give me the fastest result.
Fastest result would be the most aggressive result.
Yeah, I think I'll go with if you don't be honest. Honest, and if this takes too long, there is the possibility of the rest of the crew on your ship will die because we can't take the risk of one assisting you and causing a war, and two bringing in enough prisoners for you to overthrow the ship.
Well, no. Let them think that if they confess to being the mirror universe, we'll still save them. Because we might, and I don't think they're gonna help you at all if they think you're just gonna kill them no matter what.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that then.
Alright, so the idea is tell us who you really are, and we'll save your crew. If you refuse to fess up, we are going to walk away. That's a bargain on the table. So are you going to be outright accusing them of being Mirror Universe?
You don't want to do that because you want them to tell you who they are. If you say, "Are you Mirror Universe?" they might just say that to save themselves. You want them to tell you what they think. You don't want them to tell you what they think you want to hear, so don't tell them that.
Okay, let's throw in the why are you Federation wide where it's kind of forbidden for Federation ships to be here, excluding because we were told we would be the only ship in the system.
Okay, so you're asking for their orders. Who gave them the orders?
Yes.
Okay, so you are senior, lower rank, 10th situation. Okay, this works. Daring security, difficulty 3, complication 3. If you say the wrong word, you're gonna be stepping on a social landmine. And interrogation would work, because this is a common interrogation technique of trying to get them to say the right thing instead of you leading them to it.
Sadly, I don't have interrogation. Would forensics work?
Not really.
Okay, then I think I'll spend a mix of threat and one threat and two momentum to get 2 dice.
Okay.
And you know what? I feel like this. You know what? Yeah, 4 dice on a div 3 with a.
I think you're good on this.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me 7 challenge dice.
Also, I think it'll be a good time for me to activate my Medal of Honor.
Sure. So 2 extra float. That's not 7. What the heck?
You didn't hit enter.
Alright, so 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You do stress test out the senior most person, and he starts spilling in the beams. We're under order from Admiral Cartwright. We were sent in as an advanced force, ours to dissuade the Tholians in for war.
I would like to spend one of my floating to know who is this Hearthite.
You've never heard of him. He doesn't ring a bell on any of the command structures that you're aware of.
That doesn't sound good.
I don't know if I should calm badge Elder and tell him what I just.
You can always do that. Just remember, as far as you know, he's still pretending to be a lieutenant, so make sure you don't say anything unfortunate. In fact, at this point, saying Lieutenant Elder might be unfortunate, but that's the best you can do.
Oh, I know how to do this.
All right.
I'll tap my comm badge and I'll tap it and say Elder.
Your
This-
combat.
This is Lieutenant Elder. Go ahead. I'm gonna basically stare at the captain now because the game may be up.
I have a quick where I currently alone. I have a quick thing of intel. Well, of Tholian intel.
Go ahead.
Like I'm applying that by saying if can I talk to you privately? By saying are you alone?
No, you can say what you need to say, Lieutenant.
Okay. You know what? I'll say does the I'll say the animal's name and say if it rings a bell.
GM, does the name Admiral Cartwright ring a bell?
I mean, there's the famous one from the 2290s.
I guess I'm looking for, is there an Admiral Cartwright who has existed in Starfleet anytime recently, including any of those admirals who may have sided with the wrong side in the Tripolity? Because I met at least one admiral who, on a starbase, who joined the Tripolity, so I know there are admirals that are not to be trusted.
Admiral Cartwright has not been involved in any particular command structure of yours or is in your career. And since commander and up, you've been aware of all the admirals across all the fleets. And Admiral Cartwright does not ring any bells.
Okay.
All right, then I'll say.
I got one more. Does the one momentum still count as being up?
Yep, you still have one float.
Any chance to know if it's currently active or not?
Just based on the name off the top of your head, you're gonna have to like look in a computer base to figure that out. But
Even
currently,
with...
currently off the top of your head, there's no Admiral Cartwright in your command and chain.
Okay, I don't know what to spend the fulfilling
Have you already done a
then.
swift task, or do you still have a swift task you could do?
I can still do a swift task.
Yep.
GM, are all of the people already in security cells?
Except my guy.
Except for the one guy, I'm gonna say half of them are in security cells, kind of wondering, hey, what's going on. The other half are outside of the security cells at this point.
All right, I'll say then Calder, go ahead and secure everyone and make your way to the bridge once all have been secured. I will manage securing those that are with me.
Okay, so I'll spend that one floating and one in our pool to do a swift task.
Okay.
To bring the rest of the personnel into the brig.
Present security, still difficulty E2 because they technically outrank you according to your pips. And complication 2.
Okay, I will spend a threat and 2 momentum.
Okay.
Okay, I'm spending my determination to reroll that.
What determination?
Better to deal with the problem now than later.
Yeah, you kind of need to deal with this potential riot now, rather than later. Wait, did I say potential riot? Alright, you gain 1 momentum back as they all kind of begrudgingly get into their air cells.
That was close.
And minor action, head to the bridge.
Yes.
Alright.
You need to go somewhere else before you go to the bridge.
Oh, where?
You still have one person who hasn't been secured. The one in the with the doctor.
Sick bay.
I'll just. Okay, I'll tap the comm badge to say, strap him down. There, he is now secured. He's now strapped to a bed.
I'll say for 1 momentum, you can do an additional minor action and calm the doctor and let him know.
Yes, I shall do that.
All right, Doctor, you are now aware that at this person is to be under security.
Okay.
And do we want to keep the initiative, or am I going?
I don't think we can.
All right.
No, yeah, we don't have the momentum to do it.
These guys are going to try an area attack again, but they're gonna have to. Yeah, area attack, and if they area attack, but increased difficulty to hit you because you're not in the same location you were before. So with that, I'm gonna spend. Three threat. Oof. And that is one over the top. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 damage. So an additional 2 breaches on both Federation vessels. For the Lincoln.
They must really hate each other because they're firing area phasers with 2 of their ships in the line of fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Structure and sensors. Uh-oh. That is 2 hits to structure.
To whom?
To the Svalinn. As they're just wide firing, trying to hit anything they can in space.
How bad is 2 structure?
It means the player character just took a lethal injury.
Yep. Which one? Which one? Starting from the Top of the Discord list. Calder, a piece of bulkhead falls on top of you, and you are knocked unconscious and have a lethal injury on you.
So normally, like, I think you would still have to spend to create a complication to knock him out, because normally he just takes a lethal injury.
Oh,
that you can
okay.
Get rid of.
Okay, so normal.
Because no, it is lethal, but he could spin to avoid it. To like knock him out or something, that would require either like a plot point or like extra threat spend.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a bulkhead explodes, and you get some shrapnel on your side, and you start bleeding. But you're still conscious. Would you like to spend to avoid? You already spent your determination. 1 momentum, 1 threat to avoid a lethal injury.
How bad would it be to keep this
If
lethal?
you do, and the doctor does not get to you before the end of the scene, you can die, and the GM can force the scene to end at any time if he gets like, I don't know, it's not 1 threat, but it's like
2 threat per person.
2 threat per person. So if he gets up to 8 threat, he can just kill you. I mean, which is probably unlikely. Most GMs won't do that. But anyways, like the minimum is that you're gonna force the doctor to give up on whatever he was doing to come save you.
Okay, I'll spend a momentum and a threat.
Alright. And that means he just dodges the injury completely, or does it downgrade to a non-lethal?
No, it's completely avoided.
Okay. As
the only consequence to avoiding is if you do it with determination.
Yep. And also he can't avoid another injury in the same scene.
Without using determination.
Correct.
Okay, I feel like should I feel like we should fight back now.
No, like
backwards.
Honestly, they're not shooting at us. They don't even know we're here. They're kind of like shooting.
They're blind firing. They know that there's something there, and they're not happy that it's there, and they're trying to sniff for it. But I will say, narratively, a console starts to explode, and Calder, you dive out of the way just as it explodes over your head.
Yeah, and we're in their space anyways.
So we have no right to defend ourselves?
We're not being attacked.
Kind of?
Well, we are, but they're shooting blindly. Like
they don't. Yeah, but they don't even know who they're shooting at. So we couldn't really even say they're shooting at us. Like, yes, they're hitting us, but they're not trying to attack a Federation ship. They don't even know a Federation ship is here. There's no legal ground here which gives us the right to shoot back and does not put us all in legal jeopardy and moral jeopardy.
Okay, so am I still going on my way to the bridge? Because after I calmed the doctor to just strap him in.
Mm-hmm. But they're not going to go. Oh, again, it is now the captain's turn. Well, player's turn.
By the gig is up, does the captain visually, or is there any visual detail, or is that just something I kind of know because of the things that were said? Has she just kind of, is she trying to like hide anything, or can I see it on her face that
you can and register with your or visor or heat flush, indicating a deception.
I'm gonna pull the 2 pips out of my pocket and put them back on my uniform. Just kind of staring at her the whole time.
She stares back and then grits her jaw.
And I'm gonna say, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, Captain, but I do know you're here on the orders of a Cartwright. I never heard of an admiral named Cartwright. I don't think there one exists, which tells me that you're not in the Federation, or that something else is going on here. If I like your explanation, I may save your ship from destruction, as doing so puts my ship in the way of being destroyed. If I don't like it, I'm not going to risk my ship, but I might let you have the honor of going back before we leave. And I'll just roll on saying that. And I'm going to use my minor to move us to my ready room if she doesn't start shooting. If she continues to follow me. Oh wait, I already spent my minor to get there, so we're in my ready room when I say this.
You know what? I'm going to make this an opposed roll. Presence. Yeah, presence command opposed.
Does this count as persuasion?
Yep. And she has a focus as well.
Yeah, take, I'm going to spend 5, I'm going to buy 5 with threat. And then I'm going to roll 3, I'm going to roll 5 challenge dice, 6 challenge dice, see if I can keep from giving you threat.
Okay.
Yeah, so you only get 5 of the 6.
Oh, look, now I can kill Calder if you took that lethal injury. I'm going to spend a determination. Truth can be dangerous. And I'm going to spend that. And spend the 5 right back to get up to 4 dice.
I'm going to use both bargain and bold to reroll 2.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh no.
That's 5. I beat her by, I guess our complications, well, our complications would even out.
Complications even out, they'll wash. And the complications come from you're trying to negotiate in the middle of a firefight, and the ship rocks to the side and kind of lose focus for a second. So you win by 1, 2. I am not mathing. 5 versus 4.
I got
so
5, she got 2.
She spent a determination. So
oh,
2.
okay. So, okay. No, I only got 5. So, yeah, I only beat her by 1.
Yep. So 1 momentum. And she caves in, and there's definitely a moment of emotional weakness as she cracks and goes, save my crew the best you can, and I will surrender her to the Great Federation.
I'm not going to do anything until you tell me who you are and what polity you belong to.
You you think yourself high and mighty, and to travel among the stars and make friends among all these aliens. All we want is a piece of our action, and to control this universe as we once dominated our own.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that you're a Terran and that you belong to the Terran Empire.
That is correct. And if you had a shred of Terran pride, you would save the proud soldiers on that vessel.
I'm not a Terran. And I'm gonna say I'm about to put my hand on my phaser and escort you somewhere. If you wish to die before we get there, you're more than willing to try, or you can come peacefully.
Um,
I'm just telling her that I'm putting my hand on her phaser so that she doesn't like start trying to shoot me before when I'm not about to actually shoot her.
okay.
Like if she wants to start combat, she can. I'm just telling her that I'm taking her somewhere, and if she resists, we're starting combat.
She weighs her options and decides to go along with you.
All right, we are headed to one of the airlocks that has EVA suits next to it.
Oh, okay.
And I'll radio Commander Calder. Commander Calder, if you would escort all of our guests to airlock 3. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you do anything illegal or immoral, Commander. Elder out.
Do you wish to keep the initiative?
Who do we have left that can go?
Oh, actually.
Oh, yeah, I'll, No, I don't have enough momentum, anyways.
I feel like saying this, but do you still want me to fight them so we could?
Oh, yeah. Why don't you go ahead and spin a momentum and a threat and move us? Like, move us over here.
I'll allow that.
Yeah. So what my plan is we are going to I'm gonna take them down to the airlock. We're gonna write we're just gonna write Svalinn on their suits and put them in EVA suits and let them figure it out themselves. And then we're gonna leave.
Okay.
Maybe we'll tell the Tholians, maybe we'll send them a Type B message what we did.
Okay. Before we get there, I have some turns left with the Tholians. Maneuver. Aim, and...
Shit. I moved us because we didn't actually move.
Oh, you didn't actually move yet. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't actually, because he has to actually take the turn and roll, so we couldn't have moved yet. I can't move her.
Well, we already spent the. No, never mind.
I can unspend it.
Oh, no, we can do that. I just thought we hadn't rolled yet. I thought you had decided to go ahead and go or something. I got confused there. If you're if you let us roll to move, then yeah, we should still do that.
I'll spend a... Nope, they're gonna move. Spend threat and extra dice.
That's my fault.
Oh, come on, please. Yes! I actually hit it. As they fire a plasma torpedo on the Lincoln, it lances through the web and destroys it. Actually, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it would exceed the breaches. Is on multiple systems, so the Lincoln is vaporized.
Do I see this?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you see that clearly on the screen.
I apparently thinking, should I tell Elder or to tell
I mean,
Elder?
Elder's on the bridge.
I used a miner to move somewhere, so I'm gonna cross the bridge when this happens.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see it.
Yeah, everyone would probably know this. Alright, so that just happened. And these guys are going to impulse. Probably go around the planet. And let's see if you can generate some power. Or big guy, you've been using a lot. Engineering. Yay, you get it.
Oh, remember I jumped the gun on giving and accidentally passed over Archer, so we still have one turn left in the turn order.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so after they do one thing, we should be able to go. Unless you kept the initiative.
No, I'll keep the initiative and I'll recon the power regen.
So it's now our turn?
It's now your turn.
Okay. Yeah, now Archer, go ahead and just move us, over here somewhere. Just get us away from this area.
Should we do? Wouldn't it be easy to warp?
No, we don't want them to know where we are. They can still sense if we go. They can still see if we go to warp.
So should we?
Yeah, just
the full impulse.
Yeah, just impulse us somewhere else.
Okay. Where would you like to go? So, somewhere over here? Archer? We are unable to hear your mic.
I believe Eldo wanted to go over there.
Okay. Which square in particular? Want to go more north, more south?
I'm back. I apologize.
You're fine. So right about here?
Yes, right about there.
Alright. And the spinners do not go with you. As I just raped the captain off screen. Alright, so that costs you 1 power. Alright, so all players have gone on now?
Yep.
Alright. Now, let's try that power management task. Huzzah! And still not convinced. Actually, it's going to sit in this area here, and instead of using disruptor air banks, they're firing a bunch of tractor beams around the area. Like 15 in golden tractor beams aims lance out and scoop around the ship trying to find something to grab onto. But that is their turn. And now we're top of the round. I started last time, so it is player's turn.
Move again.
Calder, go ahead and you go first. That way, you can. Well, there's no way he can get to me this turn, I don't think. No, if he does a swift task, he can. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and go and get all the prisoners and start bringing them towards me, but you'll have to use a swift task to actually get to me this turn.
Okay, I shall do that.
Presence, to order the people about. Presence and security. Difficulty 3, complication 3.
I'll spend a momentum and 2 threat to get 2 dice.
Okay.
What's the complication again?
Complication 3.
Okay.
In case one of them gets really angry and, starts the ballroom blitz.
Don't we have a free advantage we could spend for the crew morale?
Your crew morale, not their crew morale, although you could gain an advantage with the security team.
You know what? I think I'm fine with the 4 dice. And would combat tactics work? Or Starfleet?
Nope. Nope.
Security systems?
I'm looking more for persuasion or team dynamics or.
Okay.
Well, you managed to get it. As you get down there with your security team and all your pips, and you order the now prisoners to follow you to the airlock.
Should I spend threat for swift task and
Yeah, because if you don't, then we have to wait a whole nother turn for you to get to me.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
2 threat for a swift task.
Unless you want, never mind. I got it. I think you want, never mind. Yeah.
Yep, swift task, and you can get to the airlock the captain specified.
Yep. I'll tell. Yep. So I'll tell him what now?
Can you just use your turn to like gather up enough EVA suits? Because we might need to generate some momentum.
Yeah. Can I do that?
2. So you're looking for a set of 6 EVA suits?
Yep.
Control engineering difficulty 2 to find a security locker. Or airlock blocker.
You might want to spend some extra dice because we're going to need some momentum here.
Do you want to spend?
Okay. I think that'll only be just.
And how do you want to do this?
Can I spend a coup point to have left do it?
Left's already been activated.
Oh, yes? Okay.
Yeah, so you can just use him without penalty.
Yep.
Okay.
So left can and locate some.
Would troubleshooting work?
Not really. Oh, you managed to get it. As left left finds the EVA suits and manages is to like point them out to you.
I think that's it.
Because you still have to spend the 6 momentum to get each of them a EVA suit.
Wait,
Well,
I thought doing the task would get us those EVA suits.
Was that?
That's what we were trying to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that's an impossible amount of momentum at this point. So I thought by turning it into a task.
Oh, okay.
I
That's what
thought-
you're going for. Okay.
If we wanted to grab evases, wouldn't that just be only one?
You know what? I'll allow it. Okay. Yeah, this was in lieu of the.
Yeah, because
Okay.
someone actually took time to go find them instead of just having them available.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I got a little confused there of why we're sending someone to look for them, but okay. So you have 6 EVA suits available. Do you wish to keep the initiative?
Yeah. I'm gonna spend 2 to keep it.
All right.
And I'm going to speak to the captain and say, there's one path for us on the table, and that is if you and your crew members here want to tell me why you're here, what your plans are, where I can find more of you, and what I can do to stop you from ever coming back. I will take you back to the Federation, and you can stand trial where we have virtually no evidence of any crimes you've ever committed because they were done in a different universe, and you will get to live your lives very peacefully, maybe monitored by some agency because we suspect you probably will try to do something horrible and violent, but free nonetheless. The other option is, since we're in Tholian space, I observe Tholian law and give you to them. I'm assuming you're gonna go with traveling with us back to the Federation. But the suits are here just in case.
You're not really good at this, are you, Captain?
I guess a third option was you could pontificate while we put the suits on. But it's pretty close to option 2.
Yeah, at that, she's just gonna pull a dagger out and try to stab you.
Because that's gonna achieve something.
She has a boot knife.
We didn't disarm him, did we? We didn't search him. Whoops.
No.
No, I knew she wasn't disarmed because I thought that if I put my hand on my phaser, she'd pull hers and start shooting. So I kind of expected this as a possibility.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, why do this whole swap?
Although I'm gonna match you on, I don't have a focus, but I'm gonna spend 6 for 5 dice.
Okay. And you can only do that dice roll thing once a mission.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the medal you activated?
No,
So
it's
roll the
one.
challenge dice.
Yeah, it's one submission.
Okay. I'll spend a match and
What am I? I'm 2 behind.
2
Let's
fours.
Let's look at determination. Oh, I never rolled veteran. Let me roll veteran.
Yep, go ahead and roll veteran. Oh, you get it back.
What do I need 2. Our security is only 3. Dagger is only 2? Is it 1?
I was just gonna check that.
It should only be 1.
1 plus security.
4 challenge dice.
Yeah.
Possible she could give me an injury, but unlikely, and I have a lot of stress, so I don't think I want to fight too hard. I'm gonna... Because I may want the determination to hit back. Also, she's attacking me on my turn. So I can just, like, as soon as this is resolved, I can just punch her back, and then Swift tasks to punch her again.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, then, I think I'm not going to press too hard because I want my resources to hit her back.
Okay.
That's why we don't push too hard.
I'm gonna be silly. I'm gonna try to reroll. Please. Please stab him. There we go. 5, 6.
Spend 2 threat to avoid the injury.
Alright. As she lunges at you with a dagger, it scrapes along the top of your shoulder, but it's a superficial cut. And you're correct. It is now your turn.
Oh, now she has to be tried in a Federation court now. Okay.
Now she could have, literally, there's nothing we could have done if she traveled back with us. She could have just lived freely in our universe forever because we have nothing to do. There's nothing legally we can do about it. And she just threw that all away. So we're gonna shoot her. I'm going to minor to step back into medium.
Alright.
And I'm going to... Is it looking like I'm going to have to shoot them all, or do I think if I just take her down, this is going to be over?
You are unsure. Or it's unsure what the other people are thinking.
Hopefully if she goes down in one round, they will not also be stupid.
You greatly overestimate the intelligence of Terrans.
They're not stupid, they're just aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend determination on force ensures peace.
I would definitely take that.
Yep. And then I'm just going to roll 2 dice. That's 5. I only needed 2, so that's 3 momentum.
3 momentum. And roll your challenge dice. 2 plus security.
I haven't... This is kind of... I probably should have asked this before, but since I haven't rolled the damage dice, will you let me declare what... will you let me spend a minor and declare charge?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Okay, then I'm just gonna charge for intense. So injuries, for every effect, injuries cost 1 extra threat for you to keep her up.
Oh goodness. Alright. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. And it'll cost me 4 threat.
I'm gonna re-roll 2 of those.
Alright. Now 6 to keep up. And
it's only 5, it's 3 plus 2.
Oh. 3 plus 2.
3 effects plus, yeah,
but that fills up her stress track. As you roll damn well.
She's not insta-dead because that was a non-lethal, so she has a non-lethal and
she has a non-lethal and now a lethal.
Then I'm going to spend those 2 to swift task. and I'll turn towards her crew and ask, who would like to take me up on my offer of information for freedom?
Just because I think it's interesting. One of them, an ensign, starts to raise his hand, and another Terran pulls out his knife and goes to stab him in the chest.
Since I haven't rolled yet, is it possible to try to intercept this or help in any way and not die?
Either you or Calder could intercept with a opposed daring and security task as you dive for the knife.
Could I just shoot him?
It'll be. Oh yeah, just shoot for stun. Okay, so difficulty 2, it would control security.
It's difficulty 3 because I swift tasked.
Okay. Good point.
Guess we'll try veteran again. So we're just gonna buy. We're gonna spend 3 threat for a 4 dice.
All right.
Oh Lord, let's look at my milestones. I have a normal milestone.
Come on, it's just an NPC. Just let me kill him. Let me kill someone today. Actually, I already killed the entire ship, so.
Yeah. You killed the total crew complement of a intrepid -6.
I don't think I've done shooting with the phasers yet, but I have. But I'm essentially trying to force someone to do what I want them to do by using violence as a threat. So can I use something from when we tried to order the Zareg or the Romulans to just stand down? And they didn't listen? Can I use determination from one of those times?
I'll allow it.
Okay, I'll just reroll all the dice.
Yep.
That's only slightly better?
What to do with that complication? Oh, what fun could we have? Okay, you do manage to hit your guy, so roll your challenge dice. Alright, I'm not going to spend into keep him up. He takes a non-lethal injury, falls to the floor, but as he's falling, and he's still holding onto his knife, and he jabs the ensign who was surrendering in the leg, and the ensign has a non-lethal injury.
Okay, that's not that bad.
Not that bad. So security officer is down, and the other officer has a non-lethal injury in his leg. And the ensign is like shuffling over, leg bleeding, and crying in pain, but he shuffles over to your side to say, "I'm surrendering. I am not going to die for this bullshit."
Yeah, then I think we still have stuff to resolve down here, but no actions left, so me and Calder both spent everything we had.
Yep. And
quick thing above game, but doesn't D Space Nine have the means to descend them back to the mirror universe?
I forgot about. It has something to do with the wormhole.
No, transporters.
Oh yeah. There's definitely known technology to transport across the mirror divide. But meanwhile, outside, come on, buddy, you got this. The Weaver is gonna fire 2 probes. Not right there. There and there. And try to triangulate a signal. Yeah, dudes, this is still gonna be difficulty 5. Good luck. Nope. They spent all that action and managed not to find you yet. It is now top of the round. These guys might move around.
I don't
So
think
let's
Dr.
leave.
Bog went, did he?
No, Bond didn't go.
Bog did not go? Okay.
Yeah. Bond, are you back?
Yeah, I am back. I'm sorry about that.
Alright, so...
I work for the health department, and with the whole COVID thing, I had to take a call. Sorry about that.
Don't worry.
Shenanigans happened.
Yep. So I'm not sure what I can contribute to this at this point, other than can I work Leaf, I guess, and get more power? Or...
No, we could have called you just to like medical emergency, so you could use one turn to get to us in swift task and then come heal somebody.
Yeah,
okay.
Because there are injuries about now.
We are running
Fantastic.
literally all over the ship.
All right.
But imagine all
me.
this like we don't have to do any cardio today.
Okay, so... first action is him running to the airlock. Would that be a roll Winchester, or I thought it was just
What?
minor? It was a minor action to move to a different spot on the ship. Or
Yeah, no. There is a task for running that lets you gain momentum, but it also introduces, complications and stuff. So, it's fitness security.
Oh yeah, that roll. Okay.
It does. You still can't get there until the start of the next round, which means you'd have to take a swift task to get there in the same round. So the only benefit is you get momentum, but also the GM can screw with you by changing the roll.
Nah, it's fitness security difficulty 0 if you want to jog there quickly and possibly generate some momentum.
Fitness security. What'd you say? Well, this is gonna be bad on me.
Fitness security, but it's difficulty 0.
Okay.
So any bonuses you get are just going to be momentum generated.
Okay.
You got 1. Alright, and then to swift task, spend the 1 momentum and 1 threat to have him swift.
That works for me.
Alright. Alright, you get the call, you run up to the airlock, you see 2 unfamiliar personnel down on the floor or unconscious, and 1 guy with a knife in his thigh.
Alright, are any of them my crew, first of all?
No. They do not appear to be your crew.
But you've seen them all.
Yeah.
You've seen them all.
Okay. Alright, is Captain Elder here?
Yep.
Who would you like me to treat first, Captain?
I point at the ensign.
Okay.
The ensign with the knife wound.
I'll work on the ensign first.
Alright. And... And my little cheat sheet doesn't have this one, so it's... Oh, healing. There we go. First aid. Daring medicine difficulty 1. But I'm going to spend to increase the complication by 2. Oh, no. Complication 2.
Well, I'm gonna. I think my focus here for emergency medicine should work.
That is correct.
And do we have momentum? I can't see.
We are out of momentum at the moment.
Out of that's why I can't see any. Okay.
He gained 1 from his run here.
And then he spent 1 and the and a threat for the swift task.
Well, can I use my talent field medicine when attempting a medical task? You may ignore any increase in difficulty for working without the proper tools or equipment. Would that work here?
There's no increased difficulty for working without the proper equipment.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll see what we get here.
All right. It's a little dicey at the moment, but you manage to remove the knife wound and stop any arterial bleed, and manage to stabilize your poor prisoner.
Okay.
He's gonna have a limp for a little bit, but he'll live.
All right. Who do you want me to work on next, Captain? Or is that my turn?
That is all of your turn.
Okay.
But yeah, you are still in the area. All the players have went. These guys are gonna try to reposition, and they're just gonna blindly sniff around, see if they can hit anything. Nope. Top of the round. Bad guys go. Where do you want to go, boy? He's actually going to move to above the secondary planet's orbit and try to swing around. And that is his turn. So, player's turn.
Archer full impulse. Because I also feel like currently with our damages, I feel like we are less viable to do the recon if.
Yeah, we're gonna be getting out of here probably this turn.
Yeah. Mush, Archer. Mush.
Do you wish to move?
No, I think that'll probably be the last thing we do.
All right.
What else is there to do?
GM, does it look like any convincing is going to get any of them to accept my offer? Or are they pretty much going to refuse to cooperate?
Yeah, I'm going to roll some challenge dice. If affects... Why did I close my sheets? I'm silly. I'm gonna roll challenge dice for the rest of the crew. If affects, they will surrender. Oh, 1, 2, 3. So there's 3 left. One of them surrenders. Theirs as well. So you have 2 prisoners altogether. The rest are not willing to give up their Terran pride.
Then I'm gonna give them the EVA suits and put them in the airlock. Hopefully they put them on.
Did you already tag the suits with a Svalinn in name?
I would like to, but we're in an action economy, so it's difficult to do that. Like, it depends on what you're gonna make me spend for that.
One opportunity. I'll add that on
Sure.
because I think it's funny. Courtesy of the USS Svalinn. As the 3 remaining, are you gonna shove the unconscious people into the airlock as well and suit them up?
Yes.
Okay. So the 2 willing people will have surrendered to you. The 2 unwilling and the 2 unconscious are shoved into the airlock. I'm assuming you spend some time to put the EVA suits on the unconscious people, or are you just throwing them in there and hoping that their buddies get the message that they need to help them?
No, like I have a turn, so I'll roll if I need to roll for something.
Control con on difficulty 2 to get both of them in the suit.
Take a threat.
All right. You could succeed at cost.
What's the cost?
One of them gets in the suit. The captain and herself, you didn't have enough time to seal her suit up, so someone else will have to finish that task.
Okay. I think Calder can do that if he would help. Oh, I'll just spend 2 threat and swift task to do it.
Okay.
That way, because we may need Calder to help us get out of here. Do I need to roll again, or just by saying that I'm gonna finish it up?
By saying you're gonna finish it up, you can finish it up. You just didn't quite have enough time to do it until you pushed through and swift tasted.
Okay.
All right. So you have your 4 victims in an airlock.
Oh, I guess I'm gonna push the button and then pass the turn.
Yeah. Spend a minor action, push the button, and the 4 of them are jettisoned into space. Free falling. All right. Turn.
Well, there's no gravity, so they're not. I guess technically they're free falling into the sun now.
They're free falling for. They're free falling and they're just skipping everything. But, do you wish to keep the initiative or pass it?
If Archer gets us out of here, the fact that we're cloaked, and we're warping out of the scene, basically, does that mean they're not gonna be able to follow us, or are we gonna need to spend power to see if we get away?
You're gonna have to spend power to see if you get away, but they would have a increased difficulty in tracking your signal in the first place, because going to warp is kind of a big thing. You're gonna notice, but because you're cloaked, they're not exactly sure where you were, what vector you're headed. So, if they make the difficulty task to track down your warp signature, then the power spend is going to be relevant.
Yeah. Does someone want to get us power?
I can do that.
We
Can
already
send
got Leaf available.
Yep.
All right.
So that's control engineering.
Control engineering difficulty E2, and you spend momentum M to generate extra power.
Okay. EPS systems is a focus.
Correct.
All right.
As you gain in 1 power. And unfortunately, there's no momentum spent for extra power.
So that was a waste. Is that what happened?
No, you generate 1 extra power.
Okay.
So.
Which is not trivial. That may actually be the difference.
Yeah, because you want to pour as much power as you can into a warp jump as possible. Do you wish to keep the initiative, swift task, or hand it over?
The only thing he could do is swift task. He couldn't keep the initiative because we kept the initiative for him.
Okay. Would Leaf want to try something else?
I don't know what I would try at this point.
Okay. They don't. Well, nope. They get a sensor or blip, so something weird's going on there. He's going to 5 impulse over or to check out now these cool packages you left. But no particular hurry, just maneuvering. And unfortunately losing power. And that is their turn. It now goes to the players.
Can we do a subspace message? Like, can we just do a broadcast for free?
Depends on who you're talking to.
Everyone in local space.
Yeah, I'll let that for free.
Okay, then before Archer punches it and tries to get us out of here, I'm going to broadcast. This is Captain Elder of the Svalinn. I've found something that belongs to you by your laws. Live long and prosper. I'll cut out the channel.
Channel comes out. Archer, you have the command.
I would like to use my determination for spirit of discovery under the focus, under the value this ship is my home. Because if we don't get out of here, it might not live long enough.
Generated 3 momentum off the bat.
I will spend that for 2 extra dice.
Alright.
And let's see.
Control engineering. Actually, just to warp out control engineering diff 0, but I'll allow you to roll this to see if you generate momentum for or the final scene. Or you can use it to create advantages, of course. Five momentum generated. How much power are you putting into this?
Could we do all of it or half of it, like 4?
You always say all but one.
All but one. Which is what total?
8, I believe.
That
Alright.
means we have to roll 8
We don't
challenge
have
dice.
improved engines, do we?
We have the improved warp core, which allows us to roll a number of challenge dice equal to the power,
Oh yeah.
and we're rolling.
Also-
Yeah. So especially if you have improved warp drive, you always spend all but one.
Alright.
Also for untapped potential.
Yep, go ahead and roll for untapped potential.
I think we only get 2 back.
You only get 2 back. But it's better than nothing. As these guys are shocked. These guys don't move. There's some weird sensor scans. And then there's a general broadcast subspace message that manages to catch up to you. Svalinn, we recognize your gift. Please stay out of our space. Do not interfere in our affairs. And the message terminates, but they do not make pursuit. As in the view screen, you see 4 golden tractor beams aims lance out and crawl all over towards the flies that they have caught. As 4 tiny blips get reeled into their own airlock.
So should we just fly back to?
Oh, we're leaving Tholian space now, I think.
Yeah.
We found what we wanted to. So, kind of, we wanted to go to talk to. We wanted to go to check out the Mariposa and the Lincoln to find out if they were, and to destroy them if they were. We've kind of achieved that. We could go to the rendezvous and maybe we'll find the Mariposa.
But
I'm willing to still go and have a shootout with them, but I don't know if does anyone else want to go?
I mean, we already have a number of breaches on our ship.
Yeah, then we'll say
We have 1 on engines, 1 on comms, and 2 on structure, which I feel like structure is like our important thing.
yeah, if we get hit in structure anymore, we're at risk of losing all our resistance, and that would be a quick fight. So we'll say after talking with Calder, Elder has decided to go ahead and just leave Tholian space.
Yeah. And the second we are out of space, we are calling the Admiral to give our reports.
Yeah.
And
well, I will give it a good 10 minutes, but yes.
Yeah, I gotta build up courage. That's understandable.
Well,
actually, I don't think it's gonna be that bad because I feel like we kind of a bit of war a bit. Well, prolonged it.
I wouldn't be too confident in our ability to prevent a war.
Well, I'm saying, well, at least the stuff we did, it doesn't mean instant war.
I wouldn't be confident in saying that either.
The Tholians are ambivalent to you, although, you did notice that as soon as you dropped the name Svalinn, they did stop and pause for a moment. So your trait of being known as the folk hero of Tholia is getting around.
Yeah, at this point, I would say what we can say about us in a war is if a war breaks out, it would only partially be our fault. And that's probably the most generous we could be.
I mean, they have to find a good excuse because they can use the Svalinn as a reason. Because I doubt they'd be good with doing a war that isn't like with that people agree with.
All right.
Anyways, there's always the burden of command. So if we did start a war, then I think y'all will be fine. I may need a new character, but y'all will be fine.
Yeah, most likely.
Hey, you're gone. Can I take your place?
Technically, Tolek's next in line, but
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah.
all right. New scene as the Svalinn is warping across space. You will have one scene to calmly interview your or two survivors. Uh, unless the doctor wants to keep the injured or man in his brig and not under stress at the moment.
They we got the impression that that he had kind of given up and he was willing to cooperate. He's not gonna pull a phaser on us.
No. These guys, yeah, the two guys you got have completely surrendered.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we would be searching them too.
Then I'm just gonna ask. I'll ask the doctor if he. Do you have any? We can even do a scene like we'll say we're in your office.
Yeah, that'd be a good place. Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
cut right there to the office.
Doctor, I wanted to see if you have any patients who can be moved so that you, me, and Commander Calder could have the room with those that we arrested today.
Would there be room in my office?
If you feel like the one who was stabbed in the leg could comfortably be situated in your office for an
Yeah, I've
for
got
an
him
interview.
stabilized. He should be fine.
There's
All right.
like 3 chairs in there, but there's room behind the chairs for 2 people to stand, so you can, 5 of you can kind of get in there if you want.
It might be 6. Yeah, because I'm gonna bring down Archer so he can kind of be the one that stands guard.
Okay.
That way he needs to be there too. And then yeah, we'll basically just cram everybody into the doctor's office for fun question time.
Fun question time shall commence.
Non-voluntary fun question time.
The 2 people are human, male, quite young. Well, not quite human, as their eyes are extremely photosensitive.
Was that? Oh yeah, the Terrans like everything slightly darker.
Yep.
I can't believe we forgot. That would have been such an easy way.
one, yeah.
God.
Whoops.
I didn't want to say anything because I don't know if we think of Discovery as canon.
It is.
Discovery is canon for the fleet. It's just not something that's mentioned very often.
I apologize.
Yeah. As for the fleet for canon,
anything on
for the
screen.
canon, everything's canon.
Yep.
All right. Computer dim lights 25%.
The lights dim, and they're still shifty and uncomfortable, but they appreciate the gesture. Captain sees just fine, and Calder and Bog, you're kind of squinting in the darkness a little bit. But
what's the rank of the second one that surrendered?
they're both ensigns. One is blonde-haired, and he identifies himself as random name generator. Where are you? Ensign Washington and Ensign and Hoover. And Ensign Hoover is the one who sustained the leg injury. Because I'm so good with
Use
names.
the random presidential name generator.
I kind of jumped off of Lincoln. I'm like, well, I've already used one presidential name. Let's just go for it.
They're named after the great Terran conquerors.
Yes.
Washington and Hoover. Well, ensigns, I'm thankful that you've decided to work with us. If you would please start from the beginning and tell us everything about your adventures here in our universe.
We were brought here 6 months ago. Oh, and we were transported it over to a starbase that already had these ships manufactured. We spent 3 months learning in Starfleet protocols and undercover operations to pretend and to be you. And the last 3 months we've spent gaining tactical advantages and antagonizing the Tholians.
Why are you antagonizing aliens?
For reasons.
Let's not do that. Let's just tell us why you're here. That's the condition that you are here on.
To get them to fight you, to get them to think that we were you, and to invade your space. So that way we can come in and clean up the pieces of your broken in Federation.
I'm afraid they've had help on our side.
Yes, when you say the ships were already built, did you mean they were built here in our universe or they were built in your universe?
As far as we know, they were built in our universe to keep the quantum signatures as the same.
Where is this stockyard?
If you give me a pad, I can point out the coordinates for you.
I give him a pad.
That's a huge undertaking.
Yeah, building ships is not easy. Well, your
Ancient.
rendezvous is right there. It's right there. 2 days away.
Who feels like taking on a Stardock all by ourselves?
No.
But
I feel like this might be why the potential stuff that's that we could do in the next few weeks is gonna happen. Like if I was a gambler man, I'd put my money on that.
Um, and the Hatfield never. Oh, we never tried to talk to the Hatfield.
No. Oh, the Hatfield had their orders. You had yours.
Yeah, 'cause there's a chance maybe they saw it when they came by, but I don't know. They may have not even gotten that close.
So what was the Hatfield's mission above game?
I'm actually unsure. Or
Yeah,
but
they just went back to Federation space. I'm just remarking about how they could have passed close enough to scan it, but I don't think they did.
they did
I
not.
think
They did not
yeah.
pass close enough to scan it. And then there's, I don't know. There's a lot of things that the Hatfield did, but you're not aware of them yet because you're not in communication yet.
Who's in command of this shipyard?
They're not willing to say. Presence command difficulty 2.
Is this persuasion?
Yep. And actually,
Take
I shall
difficulty
assist.
3.
Can I assist too, or is that too? You can only one person.
I'm gonna say only Calder can assist on this.
I'm guessing I have no focus because, like, would I count of having a focus if I'm assisting Elder?
What are you assisting in? What focus are you suggesting?
Then I don't really have a good focus on unless you count forensics.
Forensics at this point, I'll take under the idea of crime solving and interrogation. Gonna have to take the first one.
Yeah, I clicked the wrong button.
But
I meant to
you
click
have
task,
one
but I
float.
clicked.
You have one float.
Any ideas, Elder? Wait, give us.
to momentum to say that they're gonna be more. They're gonna start. They're more willing to just give us information than
Okay.
think carefully and hide things. Something along that line.
His name is General Cartwright.
And he's a Terran?
Yes. But if you love these spiders so much, I'm not sure if heading directly into our shipyard is suggested. Because in 3 days' time, we're gonna organize a major strike on Tholian in capital base.
Okay, I feel like knowing that info, I think we should go max warp as long as you can. I think exceeding the 12 hours is the logical thing to do.
Yeah, let's finish talking to them first. How many ships?
20.
Whoa.
And they're going to do something with the star to detonate it and destroy the entire system.
Okay, we are going.
Whoa again.
Okay.
Okay.
3 days
So
time.
we have.
Hold on. We'll discuss let's finish talking to them and then we'll circle back to what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Is Admiral Cartwright leaving, or is General Cartwright leaving with the strike force? Do you know?
It would
Is he leading it?
it would be amenable for him to lead the strike force and to appreciate all the glory of committing genocide in the name of the Federation. The idea is for us to pull this off and step back and have the Tholians think that you detonated a star in a system of billions.
What about General Cartwright? As a person. Well, not a person, a Terran.
Ouch! Oh, that was rude. We know he's ruthless and cunning and intelligent and brilliant tactician and ruthless.
Has he ever had a major enemy that came after him?
Say that again?
Has he ever had a major enemy that came after him? Have you ever heard of an admiral like that? Another Terran admiral that was out to get him, or another alien that was out to get him? Has he ever had like a personal conflict with a major player before? Something of like historical note.
Not that we know of, but we're just lowly ensigns, and we're too busy trying to gain our own ranks.
And well, Jim, yeah, they may not know. I'm not asking like if they know some personal conflict he's involved in. I'm just asking like, is there anything in the history books about this Admiral Cartwright, or something that would have hit the newsstands, like him having a personal grudge with somebody? Yeah, I'm definitely not asking if they personally know what he's like.
Yeah, because they wouldn't personally know. But as far as news and stuff, they're actually our previous captain, and was as kind of bucking for his position. Granted, she was in a lowly science vessel, so she had a way to climb, but she definitely had ambitions after him.
Did she ever talk about those ambitions and her plans?
Nothing so bold, but we did take out a rival vessel to. Well, we didn't take out she took out a rival captain in order to get closer to the admiral, to stand on his attaché, so she could get in.
Okay, I have a question.
Okay.
How are they going to blow up the sun? Like, what are they going to use?
I will take that as momentum. They are not sure, but some element on the periodic table. We're not scientists. We know the stuff, but we were supposed to take asteroids, convert them to use our deflector dish to convert them to.
So I don't know.
Atomic number 72 was the target.
So I have no idea how. Like, it would have to be some kind of Star Trek voodoo. But I guess theoretically, if they could get anything heavier than iron into a star, they could cause a supernova.
They mentioned that the process as was specifically targeted at 72 protons.
I don't know what that is. I have to look it up.
For a momentum, I could let you know, or you
I'm
could
just
just Google it.
gonna Google it.
You say number 72?
Yep. They're going to use their deflector dishes to turn asteroids into lumps of something with 72 protons.
Hafnium?
Yep.
Never even heard
Never
of
heard of that.
For momentum, I will let you know what it's used for. Or you could do Views in Science difficulty 1.
I could also just
Read the article. But there's one.
It's really good at absorbing neutrons.
And if you throw a metric ton of hafnium in the middle of a fusion reaction star,
It'll explode for like 3 or 4 different reasons.
you would severely destabilize the core and cause the star to explode for three or four different reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it is. You don't even need hafnium. You just need. If you could get iron in there, you could pull it off.
Yeah,
So, like,
hafnium is particularly devastating because its nucleus just absorbs neutrons like none other. Initially, it was used in fission reactors as control rods, which might be something that an engineer here would know in case there's like old school fission reactors still about. But yep, that's the plan.
and they're leaving in 3 days, or they will have already left, and in 3 days they're going to attack the star.
They have already left. In 3 days, they should be at the star.
I think I agree with what Archie is saying, and at the same time calling command.
Yeah.
Screw.
Where are they? Where's the star? Show me where they're gonna blow. What system they're gonna blow up?
This one.
Why is there a question mark there?
Because we didn't know it.
That was one of the nav points that I was given to you.
It was given to us by our command?
By Admiral Naya saying, hey, there's something weird over here. I would really like more information what's going on there.
She pointed it out to us, and from what we talked to them about, the reason it was interesting to her, or what she was interested in, was the fact that it's a Tholian shipyard, apparently, or a Tholian military base.
Yep.
That's why she wanted us to scan it.
Yeah. You want to have to. If you wouldn't mind, I'm going to leave the interrogation and, well, with your permission, contact the Admiral immediately.
I'll handle talking to the Admiral.
Okay, then I think you should do it immediately. I could handle Well, I think we got enough. Well, you know what? I actually thought of one question. Do you know the number of ship classes they have? Like what models are they?
Um, we have intrepids. It's stupid things you have. There's a few nebulas, and then the most privileged of us gets it's Akira's steam runners and Defiance.
What ship does the general have as a flagship?
The Vengeance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty much all the questions I have, unless you have more, Elder.
No. Doctor, if you would see to any medical attention they need, and then let Commander Calder know when they can be transferred to the brig. You'll have to wait to the brig till we get to Federation space, and we can hand you off to the legal system. Um,
Oh, are you gonna give us pillows and blankets? Little teddy bears to cuddle up with at night?
you can definitely make that request. Um, Ensign Archer, if you wouldn't escort them out of the room, please.
I will do that immediately.
And Archer escorts them out to the sick bay, I'm assuming? And Captain Calder and Dr. Bog are staying in? Okay.
When leave,
You have the room to yourselves.
Okay. I'm thinking we still know that there are Tholian ships nearby. I could pass the message on to them. They'll know who in their own chain of command to talk to without panicking civilians.
Yeah, okay.
We'll let them know, and then we'll head out of Tholian space and we'll talk to Nea. But before we leave Tholian space and before we talk to Nea, I think I want to send a directed message at where we think the station to be, unencrypted, informing the general that we know what his plan is. We've already told the Tholians, and that we're hunting him. We may be able to confuse him or anger him long enough that he pauses and gives the Tholians an extra day. If nothing else, he's not going to know if we're going to attack his station or attack his fleet, and that may force him to go back. In fact, I may just threaten to attack his station. That might force him to come back for a while and hunt us.
If we do that, then we have to drop. Best case for them to trail us is to keep our cloak off and let them chase us, and not just go into some wild goose chase.
Why don't we just kind of meander about, and every 6 hours we'll send an unencrypted message to their starbase telling them that we're hunting them, just to force them to come look for us. They'll be able to use the communications to narrow down our location. But we will have the cloak, so we'll always have an opportunity to get away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is the possibility of the like we have to be some enticing character to prevent them from doing the mission, and I don't think just being hey, we know where you are, and doing idle threats.
The carrot, there is no carrot, but there is a stick. The stick is destroying their starbase.
I still feel we should contact the admiral immediately. Who cares if we're still in the border?
What are your orders, Captain?
I'll let you on to a little something. Don't ever tell anyone I'm the one who told you, but sometimes admirals don't entirely understand the situation. And in this case, if she doesn't understand the situation and asks us to do something, it could cost billions of lives of Tholians. So sometimes you take a little action before you tell the admiral, so that you've already forced the admiral to let you solve the problem.
I mean, I highly doubt the admiral will just let the sun go supernova.
No, but she may ask us to come back to Federation space to to get with a fleet, or she may ask us to sit here and wait for someone to come join us. There's all kinds of things she could do, misinterpreting the situation and giving the Terrans the time to blow up the star.
I mean, even if we tell them they only have like 73 hours.
That's what I want to do. I want to cause confusion among the Terrans to give them more time, to give the Tholians more time. Right now they feel like they're playing a chess game with no opponent. If we tell them there is actually an opponent that's playing against them, they might start to change their moves.
Okay, I have a better idea. What if we message the admiral at a time to say, like, we start our plan the moment the message ends, so that way we save a few hours. And if you get what I'm saying, kind of like at the end of our message, just to say we are currently trying to get some extra time.
So my plan, except that we call the admiral first, and we speak vaguely about what we're gonna do.
I'm just saying the second we tell, instead of us doing a video chat, we just send a coded message.
No, Admiral Ney is going to want to speak face to face.
Okay. I'd imagine with the additional thing of contacting those Tholians and like saying that this place will be overrun by will be attacked with at least like I'd imagine there'll be a sizable force over here within 3 days that would at least kind of deter them slightly, but there is a chance that this entire battle group could just could just the equivalent do a suicide charge.
Yeah, I mean, we need to give them more than just the heads up. Giving them the heads up tells them to prepare. Right now, they'll just be overrun because they're not prepared. Telling them gives them time to prepare the forces that are in the area. But if we delay, that gives them more time to get ships in the system.
Okay, how about what about the idea of uh, what if we do a hit and fade on the station?
We can definitely head towards the station, but it's going to take us. It's going to take us about the same amount of time to get to the station as it's going to take them to get to the planet to blow it up. So we have to start trying to buy time before, or we'll never make it in time. Do you have anything to say on the matter, Doctor?
I I don't know what the best option is here. I don't want to see.
Well, there is.
We need to warn them, I guess, is as best we can, and try to thwart this attack. But I really don't know what the best way to do that is.
I think we're all of the same mind on that, Doctor. I think me and the commander are pretty solid that we're going to gamble the Svalinn on the chance to save the planet.
Yeah. Also, another thing we could maybe have in our back pocket is saying if they somehow do succeed, maybe know a way to counteract the element going into the sun. That way.
Yeah, I think that would require Maddox making some crazy rolls to figure, or like we don't have an engineer or a scientist right now available to figure that out to tell them. If they figure it out, we'll tell them what's going to happen, and if they can figure out how to stop it, that's great. But I don't think we have the resources to figure out how to stop it on our own.
I mean, do we at least know what they're going to do as a delivery system for this thing? Because I'm guessing best way is
Yeah, they're going to use their deflector dish. That means they're going to have to be nearby the star. They're going to have to get deep into the solar system.
Okay. Yeah, so in our warning, we should tell them how they're doing it, so that way they'll have a better form of a defense grid. I mean,
all right. I think I know enough about what we're gonna do to get started.
Yeah.
If we discuss more on the matter, I'll bring it up to you. Commander Calder, if you would please escort the healthy prisoner to the brig, and then assume your post on the bridge. Doctor, if you wish to know the content of my conversation with the Admiral, feel free to come to the bridge sometime today. If not, that's fair too. I will be in my ready room if either of you need me. And then as I walk out the door, I'll say, Ensign Archer, if you would head to the bridge and set us a course out of Tholian space.
If GM, if this guy is stabilized enough, I'm going to send him to the brig. Also, I don't want him in my my med bay.
Yeah, it's probably fair that he's stabilized enough. You can send him to the brig as well.
Okay, I'm gonna have him go too, Captain, if that's all right.
Yes, that's most appropriate.
That way we don't have them all spread out all over the ship.
And I'll have some things to do when I get to the bridge, GM, but for now.
I kind of figured.
Once my med bay's clear, I'm gonna go ahead and follow the captain to the bridge.
I'm going to the bridge also. Like, there are a lot of ideas we could.
Yeah. I mean, eventually we gotta settle on one.
Please,
Yeah.
I need to plan what we're doing next week.
Yeah, I know what we're I know what we're gonna do. But
Okay.
So
Oh,
how
no,
long
there's
would
from the bridge.
how long would it take us to get out of Tholian space?
Based on where you were. Oh, like 12 hours, or if you book it.
Maximum warp.
Yeah, 8.8 maximum cruise.
Yeah, that's. Yep. Yep.
You kind of diverted to a thin part of Tholian space, so you were kind of near the border anyways.
We're lucky we're that close, but that kind of changes what I'm gonna do.
All right.
Once I'm on the bridge, then I'll communications open a channel or get me a tight beam towards that solar system we just left.
Captain, what would that be to do tight beam?
Do. As to get a type P message just to that solar system. Control plus engineering difficulty 2, comp 2, and assisted by communications engineering.
I think we're gonna spend to activate Maddox. Momentum for cautious.
Yep.
I mean,
Focus.
I think the difference between Addicts and Left is Maddox has one more control.
But he also has cautious.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't think he has a focus.
Okay. 3 momentum.
Then when Maddox is guided established, I'll say, this is Captain Elder of the Svalinn to any Tholian vessel. We have interrogated prisoners and they have revealed a plan to destroy a star in the following system, and then I will read from a pad spatial coordinates.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget how they're doing it.
Oh yeah, they plan to use a deflector dish, and I'll kind of describe how a deflector dish functions, to insert atomic number 70 element, and I'll try to give some basic explanation of these terms just so the translator doesn't screw us on this. We intend to try to buy you time. No, they are not part of the Federation. They are invaders from a foreign universe. The Federation wishes to get rid of them and remove them from our universe, and the Svalinn will help with that mission, but we are not powerful enough to stop them alone. You will need to protect yourselves.
Okay. Two things here. To describe the scientific terms, present science difficulty 2. Just to make sure you get the details right and communicate kind of what's happening in a way that the Tholians could gain an advantage on stopping that event should it happen.
Can I spend a determination on always watch your back, as I'm giving them some of the details, and I'm kind of hoping that their willingness to defend themselves is going to bridge the gap in my lack of scientific explanations.
I'll allow it.
Okay, then I'll just roll flat.
Yep.
Oh, that was a waste. Oh, first of all, I did not have a determination to spend. That is my fault. I just realized that. I will give up one of my milestones if you want, because I should have not done that.
Yeah, just drop one milestone for that, but I will allow you to have the 2 momentum extra, and that leaves you with 2 float.
An advantage to make sure they take us seriously.
Okay. As to convince them to rally around your cause, presence command difficulty 1. You actually have some traits and advantages as pointed that direction.
Persuasion.
Correct. And another 2 bonus.
I just double the advantage.
Yep, advantage is doubled.
And then I'm going to close the channel.
Channel is closed.
And then I'm going to broadcast in every direction on an unencrypted channel. Hopefully we don't have to roll to just shout from the top of the mountain.
No roll to shout from the top of the mountain, especially if it's unencrypted and everyone can hear it.
I take that back. I don't want to do that. Instead we do an unencrypted tight beam towards the location of the star base.
If it's a tight beam to a specific location, I'll make that a control engineering difficulty E1. And okay. I'm gonna spend some threat complication 2. I want bad things to happen.
We'll just have Maddox roll again. Spend 1 momentum.
Okay. And assisted by ships.
I'm almost getting tired of how much extra momentum we have to spend.
I should stop having you roll.
Someone want to roll for the ship?
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry. What would you like to roll on that? Communications.
Communications engineering.
Engineering. Well.
As you gain a tight beam specifically on their system.
To the Terran star base at these coordinates, and I'll list the coordinates.
Coordinates are listed.
I am Captain John Elder of the USS Svalinn. As you already know, I am hunting your ships. I now know the location of your starbase, and I know the course, trajectory, and disposition and intention of your fleet headed to, and then I'll list the coordinates for the Tholian planet. If you wish to save any of these from destruction, you will leave our universe. If you do not, in less than 72 hours, I will destroy your station, and then I will hunt your ships. Elder out.
Yeah, they got the message. Would you like to spend momentum to create any advantages?
How about 6 momentum to create 3?
To really scare them. Alright, so let's put this in that. Okay.
Commander Calder, you have the bridge. Let me know once we are outside of Tholian space, and I will contact the Admiral.
Would you mind if I come with, actually?
Well, it's going to be 12 hours, so.
Oh. Okay.
You gotta make commander sometime, and to do that, you need to be in the chair.
He does have a point.
Okay.
Unless the doctor has ambitions to be captain, then he can have the chair.
Well, I mean,
No.
I was just saying that. Yeah, let's go maximum warp to out of border, because if it's within 12 hours, then
Yep.
then I think we could get there sooner.
Oh no, I think 12 is at maximum warp.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, we're gonna run our engines as hot as they can for as long as they can, and we're gonna be there.
Hi, Captain. I sit in the chair.
Alright. And 12 hours later, you run the engines and hot. Go ahead and have Maddox make a control engineering roll, difficulty 4.
To do what?
See exactly how hot the engines get.
I mean, we didn't pass the specifications.
You have some breaches, so I'm mainly
Okay.
looking for complications.
Starship power systems.
Yep.
Determination on Starfleet engineering specifications or guidelines when in a pinch.
I will take it.
Take a threat.
All
Take
right.
2 threat.
2 threat. I'll increase the complication by 1. As you sweep underneath that. Okay, engines ran hot. The ride was a little shaky, but you managed to get through it without any disasters.
And
Open a tight beam to Unea.
Yeah, encrypted on this one.
What encryption level? 1 through
I
5.
mean, whatever the highest encryption that supports face to face.
It'll be called roll, so you have to decide if you want to make a difficulty 1 through 5 roll. If you make it, it's encrypted to that level. If not, then people can hack through it.
Yeah, I think Maddox will make it a diff 4.
All right, difficulty 4. It's like spinning momentum or
yeah.
threat.
2 momentum, 1 threat.
Okay.
Would the ship assist?
Communication security.
Oh wait, was this control security or control engineering?
I
think it's
control engineering, and then it uses the security system. All right. Your channel is open.
Well, I guess I'll wait for Admiral Naya to respond.
Captain Elder, I didn't expect to see you for another 2 weeks. Yeah. Things have gotten bad.
Oh, they're about to get a whole lot worse.
The Tholians have declared open war on us.
Well, it's they've done that because there have been Terrans from the mirror universe, as described by Captain Kirk and several crew members of Deep Space Nine. They have come across, built a starbase, and ships, and are attacking the Tholians. They intend to destroy a star, wiping out billions of Tholians. And this is, I presume, what has started the war. I am taking actions to buy the Tholians time. They currently have less than 72 hours.
Minus 12, so you're at 60 hours.
They have less than 60 hours to save those billion. I am causing as many problems as I can in the meantime.
You're what?
To save that planet. Well, I gave you a lot there, Admiral, so I'm afraid I'll... if you would like to ask questions, I'm ready to answer.
Okay, how are the Terrians going after the star?
I'll include a briefing on that at the end of this call. I'm not the person to explain that.
Okay. What's your current position?
I would prefer not to transmit that. I really am uncomfortable describing everything I have described to you so far, but that I really can't afford to send you, Admiral.
I would like to send you backup if I can. And I might be able to divert the Tenchi, but just based on my math, you're still quite a ways away.
Can I be there?
No.
Nope.
I'll tell you what happened though.
Well, I was just good. I'm guessing you all already showed a point A to point B, like the base to the system that they're going to.
Oh, I will say, because this is Admiral. You'll know the location of the attack. You sent me to investigate it as one of the points of interest. I'm in a border region near that area. That's probably the most I can tell at the moment.
That helps. Yeah, 60 hours. I have nothing out in that direction. Maybe the Hadfields, but they're kind of in their own situation at the moment.
Well, I highly doubt any situation carries billions of sentient lives on it, Admiral. So I would ask for any resource. If no resources are available to meet us before time runs out, there is no possible way that I can fight that number of ships. I cannot prevent the star from being destroyed. What I can do is continue to threaten the Terrans and make a beeline for their station and attempt to destroy it. I probably won't save the star, but I might save a second star. And I might give justification for the Tholians to trust us that it's not us.
Do you have any specifications and on the starbase forces available? Location, environment.
No.
You're going to be running in blind.
No, in fact, Admiral, I am quite certain that this Svalinn won't survive the encounter, but I think we might be able to pull it off, regardless. We have a cloak, and that gives us enough initiative, but it's still a starbase.
I didn't expect to send you out there on a suicide mission, John. But if that's what's needed, I'll see what I can do on my end. But I think you're correct. Engage the Terrans directly to distract them from hitting the star.
At the moment, Admiral, attacking the station won't achieve that. All we can do to distract them is rely on the Terran sensibility against being insulted. I'm currently currently using rather unsavory language in communications with them every 6 hours, and hopefully that'll buy us some time. But I want to hesitate you from expecting that any actions this Svallinn's going to take will save that Tholian system. The Tholians are the only ones capable of that anymore.
I'll commend your bravery of you and your crew, Captain. Do what you can and to keep the Terrans busy. I will attempt to open up diplomatic channels on my end and to see if we can persuade the Tholians into letting us assist them.
Very well, Admiral. If you're able to muster forces for us, either for our attack on the station or for operations after we attack the station, if we come out the other side, you know the general area of space. If you send out a communication protocol in the gamma pattern, we will give a response and you can try to establish communications with us then. That's the only band will be listening on for you. That way we can still talk to you.
Okay.
And GM, I'm just trying to establish there a way for her to talk to us if she needs to.
Yep, I understood that. Good hunting, Svalinn.
Elder out.
Nay out. And with the weight of that decision and laying heavily on your shoulders, you stare at the bright blue insignia of the Federation on the screen, wondering if you'll ever see Federation space ever again. And on that note, we shall end our episode.